So we are going to see a couple of concepts in ES6. So what are all those concepts we are going to learn in ES6 and what makes ES6 more powerful, and then why we are using all these things in a Node and Express and React and Angular. Okay, let me go through one by one. So what is ES6? First of all, so what is an ES6? ES6 is nothing but JavaScript extension. So in 1990s it came JavaScript, but after this there is no improvement in JavaScript. From that time onwards till 2012 to 11, 11 to 12, we don't have any improvement. Whatever the language they have written, that only we are using. But later they also thought like let's improve our JavaScript more, make, because JavaScript is a powerful and they want to make it more powerful. Okay, so that's reason ES6 came into picture. So what we are going to call this, see what is the ES6 and ES5. So we're going to call this one as ECMA script, ECMA script. So whatever the JavaScript we are going to write, that we are going to call as the ECMA script 5. In this we are going to write all the code. So normally we are going to call it as ECMAScript 6, ES6 or JavaScript latest version, JavaScript 6. So what we are going to learn in this. So what are all the improvements came into picture? So when the improvements came into picture is they have, see, we have a couple of improvements. The first one we are going to call is a variable side. So we have variable called var in JavaScript. That's it. So we have a couple of problems with variable hoisting, and variables like local scoping and global scoping. And like this, we have function scope. Like this, couple of things are came into picture. To overcome the situation, so what is the problem here? So if you create a variable, you are using your browser memory. If you are creating a variable, that variable is going to be there till end of the program. Is it necessary? Is it useful? Sometimes we don't need to use those things. And we are wasting the browser memory, browser information, browser things. So to overcome the situation, JavaScript came up with a concept called let and constant. Okay, so like how other programming languages have constant, so that once we declare a constant, the data will be there. We can't modify. And then came up with a concept that is called let. So let is going to be a block scope. So I'll go through all those things. Okay, I'm just telling you. And then we have two more important features which we are going to discuss are going to be arrow functions. Okay, so whatever function we are writing, function named of braces, so to that is a normal function. So for this function we have an advanced function that is called arrow function. And then we came up with a concept called classes. So JavaScript ES6 came up with a concept of classes, which we don't have in JavaScript till now. What we have seen, JavaScript is object based programming language. We have a just function and we have object. And here to coming to the ES6, it came with a concept that is called classes. So we can write classes also in JavaScript 6, means ES6. So by using those things only, React and Angular became more powerful, and we are going to use those things. And we have a couple of other things like default parameters and those things. But main things are going to be, these are the four concepts we are going to learn in this class. So let's see one by one. So what is the let and what is a constant? Okay, there are a couple of spread operator. So like this, we have couple of things also. Okay, let's go. So some our browser sometimes won't support ES6. So that's reason. Let's go to the ES6 browser. Let's use JS field, which will be a good version to use ES6. Okay, so this JS fiddle is the tool which we are going to use mainly to execute HTML, CSS, JavaScript in one place, and we can see output also. Okay, so here I am going to see JavaScript. Here you can see JavaScript. JavaScript it supports. Okay, we are going to use JavaScript. No library, Node.js. Okay, so let's try to see what we are going to have here. So what is the difference between let and var? So var is a function scope. Whenever you have created a variable, that will be live in a function. So I'm just writing a variable over here. I'm just writing a simple function. Okay, what I'm doing is var a equal to what I can do is for I equal to var I equal to 0, I less than 10, I plus plus, and console log of I. I'm calling this ABC function. If I run this function, if you go to the console, you can see the output. And then what I'm doing here is, after this for loop, what I'm doing is I'm trying to console dot log of I value after loop. Okay, let me execute it. So what you're seeing, what is the I value now here? What is I value? You can see I value as 10. Okay, so you have a variable. Okay, no, 1 to 9 you can see, and 10 you can see. You have a for loop. In this for loop, you have defined a variable, and you are doing all these operations. After these operations, so you don't need this for I value. After this, you don't need a I value, but still it is there in the memory. If you try to create a one more variable, it will be overwrite or something will happen. So now what I'm doing is I'm going to do a let. See here, what is the output you're seeing? Uncaught reference error, I is not defined. So see the previous output here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 9, and you can see the I value as 10. But if you see the output here, 0 to 9 is printing normally. After this, what is happening? Uncaught reference error, I is not defined. So what happens here? So in ES6, it came up with a concept that is called block level scoping. So when you create a variable, okay, that variable will be live inside the block. So what is a block? It may be function, or it may be for loop, it may be if loop, it may be any loop. If you are keeping a set of statements in a block, that variable will be live from there to end of this block. After this, it won't care. Suppose if you give var, what is going to happen? This will be, suppose its function is going to have lot of things which is happening inside. So as of now, I have written only 4 lines. But if you're writing around 50 to 100 lines of function, you created a variable. So maybe we need to create 100 and hundreds of variables. So you're creating, every time you're creating variable. So what is happening? Those all variables will be in the memory itself, wasting your browser's memory, and maybe we may forget sometimes, and those won't be useful. Somewhere it will be causing the program execution failure. So that's reason this JavaScript ES6 came up with a good feature. So now you won't get this feature, but when you're executing, you'll get these examples. Why is, when we create a React applications or Angular applications, As of now, these are all like single page applications. Means like one page we are doing. But when you come to the when we try to execute a programs, okay, so we will try to create programs like one single page application without refreshing the page. You are going to continue with the around 100 to 200 pages. At the time you are creating one variable, that variable won't be exhausted, that variable won't be deleted until unless you close the browser. So you are wasting lot of memory of your browser creating n number of variables, which is unnecessary. That's reason came up with the concept of let. So let, the simple difference between variable and let is a block scope, variable is a function scope. Okay, any doubts here? Any doubts? Okay, so that is the concept. So these variable lets are we are going to use continuously in our programs one after other. Okay, when we are going to react and angular, so maximum we'll use let only. We won't use any variable when you are trying to implement our programs. Okay, now what is the next thing? Next thing we are going to see, that is const I. Okay, now what I'm doing is I equal console dot log of I value I I equal to 20. Let me execute this one. See what it is showing here, uncaught syntax error, missing initializer in constant. So whenever you are writing a constant keyword, you have to initialize. Means you need to make sure some value for it, and that value is not going to be modified in the whole program. So how we are having a constants in other programming language, JavaScript also came up with this concept. It is not going to change. You have to initialize it. If you're not initializing, it won't take. Okay, so that's the reason you're seeing what you're seeing, missing initialization in the const declaration. Suppose simple example, this is a var. If I execute, will I get this error? You won't get an error. You see value is undefined because I value is not there. Okay, now let make it as const, and now you will see an error, missing initialization in the constant declaration. So now I am going to initialize I value to 0 or I value to 10 and execute it. So what you are seeing, what you are seeing, I value became 10 at the time of declaring constant value, but second time in the sixth line when you try to execute, what you are seeing, see here, go to the output, see what it is saying, I value is equal to 10. What is showing, type error, assignment of constant variable. So whenever you declare a constant, you can't modify it. So these things we are going to use in the programming lab. Suppose if you want to, if someone was, some person coming and wanted to change the data, he can't modify it in the program. We are using a variable. Simple example, we need to use pi value. Pi value changes. Pi value, what is the pi value? Will provide 3.14. Will this value change in your program at any point of time? It won't change. So where we are going to use all these type of constants. So simple example, you wanted to define months and days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So do these things we can make it as constant, because these value changes at any point of time. These values won't change, months won't change, days won't change. Okay, these values won't be changed at any point of time. Okay, that's reason we are going to use them in a constant manner, so that The data is not going to change at any point of time. Okay, got it? Fine. Next thing. So next thing what we are going to see here is we are going to see the concept of classes. So what is a class in JavaScript? Okay. So how we are defining classes in C++ and Java, the same way we are going to use classes here in ES6. Okay. We are going to see classes in ES6. Okay, so I have not went to the arrow functions. Once the classes is done, we'll go to the arrow functions. Okay, we'll go to the arrow functions. Now, what is the class? So unlike other programming languages, okay, unlike other programming languages, classes are same. Like you have an, so you classes are like is the main classes and objects. You are seeing a classes and object. So classes are normally what we say about class. So have you seen about classes in your career? So what is a class in what you can say? Uh, Class is not collection of object. Okay, class is not a collection of object. Objects are creating with class. Okay, so classes and objects are nothing but, so when you are defining something, okay, in object oriented programming language, if you go, classes is nothing but an blueprint. Okay, so simple example I'll tell you. So you have an apartment. So if you see big builders and everyone, they are constructing an apartments. So they won't construct an apartment. What they will give, they will, in the beginning of the construction of an apartment itself, so around 150 floors, 30 floors apartment they are constructing, and they have big builders they're constructing, they won't give you any view for you. What they will give, they'll give just a blueprint. Blueprint means they will create a plan. So this is the plan we are going to construct. Okay, this is the plan we are going to construct, and then based on this plan we are going to start a building constructor. Okay, so like this, if you see monthly malls, and if you see any monthly construction, if you see Hiral construction, what are the construction, the markets, if you see in the starting of the construction itself, half of the flats are getting over. So how they are getting over, they'll give a plan. Okay, simply so they'll give a 2 BHK plan normally. Okay, see here, they'll create a plan like this. They won't give the output for you. So what we are seeing, we are just seeing this plan, and this is suitable for our my needs or not. Okay, this is suitable for my needs or not. You are analyzing this thing. Okay, and then what you will tell, okay, this is the bedroom, this is the living, this is dining and master and everything. So now what will happen, this constructor, he will give you this as a reference, and then he will start construction, and then he will create final things for you. Now what is happening here, you are taking, there are 5 persons who are taking the same 2 BHK or 3 BHK apartment. Okay, so everyone have their own needs. Okay, constructor, what he will give, he will give a flat for you. Okay, at the end of the construction he will give a flat. Suppose in the middle also, if you need to modify some interior work, or if you need to add some add-ons or everything, what you can do? You can just add everything to this apartment. How you can add? Based on this blueprint, you can modify the blueprint, or you can able to add some extra features. Suppose if you see, there is a living room, there is a kitchen, there is a master room, there is a normal bedroom, and there is a master bedroom. So now there is a living room, so you don't want this living tube and everything, the sofa, this construction, you don't want this wall or something. What you can do, you can remove it, or else you need to have some extra space or extra division over here. You can have one more division to make sure those are different. So what you're trying to do, there is a blueprint. So class is nothing but a blueprint. So how you wanted to create a multiple objects? Okay, it's just a blueprint to create multiple objects. And then why class makes this much difference? Because when you are creating class, when you created a class, the blueprint is created. Now when you are creating an object, there you are privileged to add few more features. So classes are objects are nothing but class is an blueprint, and object is an output of a class. Object is an execution of a class. You understood or not? Any questions over here? Class is nothing but a blueprint where you what is going to construct for everyone, and objects are nothing but the final output. So once the building construction is over, if you go and see, everyone flat is going to be same. No, they are going to do their own modifications by the time of completion. So what they're doing an extra functionality, or they're doing extra things to their object. So object is going to be the final output, and class is going to be just blueprint. So where what are all the things has to be there. So some set of rules and regulations, set of items which are there will be in the class. Okay, suppose in an object, when the object is creative, what this guy will tell is like, I don't want this deviation, I don't want a couple of deviation, I just need everything hall to be, living room should be big. So what they'll do, there will be couple of options we have provided in the class. What he will do, he will just remove those things. Give me 1 minute. So here classes are like a blueprint where you have all the structure, what has to be created, and object is going to be the output and execution block, or the clear output of an class. Got it? So this concept came into ES6. Okay, so those things in JavaScript, we just create an object. You can't create a class and everything. But here you can create a class, and based on this class we can create object. Okay, let's see how to create a. Hello, can you hear me now? So now let's create a class, same what we have discussed 2bhk as an example. The same concept we'll try to create as a object model. Okay, now I'm going to create a 2bhk class. So when you're creating a 2bhk class, in this we are going to have a constructor. So what is a constructor? Why we need a constructor? Okay, Constructor is the concept which is going to execute as soon as a class is called, or else an object is created. Okay, you don't need to do so. I'll give an example. So whenever you are creating an object, those are going to be default behavior. Okay, simple example, you are going to create a 2 bhk. So what will be the default things, what is going to be happen for a 2 bhk? You are going to have two bath, two bedrooms, and you are going to have a kitchen, you are going to have a living room. These are all the default behaviors. Okay, so in unlike other programming languages, JavaScript won't support constructor, multiple constructors, or constructor with different parameters. In JavaScript, at any point of time, we are going to have only one constructor. Okay, only one constructor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a constructor with a, here the constructor name is constructor itself. In, if you see in other programming languages, okay, so class of name of the constructor is the class name, but here in JavaScript, name of the constructor is, name of the constructor is constructor only. So what I'm going to do, this dot 1 bhk first room, yes, this dot second room, yes. So I'm trying to add here, I'm creating couple of, what I'm doing, I'm creating couple of basic parameters for this 2 bhk. So we have two bedrooms and we have a, this dot kitchen equal to s, this dot hall equal to yes. So now, so what I'm doing is console dot log of 2 bhk. Okay, so this I'm going to provide as of now. So now what I'm trying to do here is, I have created a simple 2 bhk and I have created a, now suppose I want to create a first floor. Okay, I want to create a first floor. So what I'll do, first floor equal to new bhk of, okay, new bhk of. I've created new bhk, correct? Now I'll print console dot log of first floor day, first floor plan equal to plan, first room, first dot first floor dot, if I execute this thing, okay, this is a string, correct? String we need to give in double quotation, it else it treats as a variable. So now if I execute, what you can see, first floor plan, first room is S. So like this, you can add all your plan. Hmm. Okay, see here what I'm going to do. If I execute this thing, so you are going to take a flat in this apartment. So for everyone in the flat, these are all the default behavior. First room, second room, kitchen and hall. So this is a class and you are creating a number of objects. So now when he is constructing the first floor, he will reference to this 2 BHK and he'll see, okay, he started the constructor and these are all the default behavior. He started to construct and he'll give it to you. That's it. Now where this class is going to be more useful. So now what I am going to do here is, okay, suppose we are going to provide some additions to this apartment. Okay, we are going to provide some additions. So what I'm going to do here is, for this 2 BHK, what we are going to use, like add balcony. Okay, add balcony. So in this we are going to write a function, add balcony functions we are going to write. So in this what we are trying to do, this dot balcony equal to yes. Okay, now see here what is going to happen in this situation. If the person is rich, if you want to improve his apartment with the, he want to, he's having some extra money, he want to get a spacious apartment, he wanted to add a balcony. Okay, so first floor, the person who wanted, he don't want everything, he just created default and he is going. So his object or his flat is created, everything is done. But second floor guy, he wanted some balcony or some spaces or something he wanted, or in the first floor only side person, he needs some extra features. What he'll do, he will try to create a new apartment with the same plan. So he is going to create second or penthouse. Okay, he is going to create a new penthouse. So he's creating a new apartment over here. So when he's creating an apartment, what he'll do, penthouse dot add balcony. Suppose he paid an extra amount. Okay, suppose he paid an extra amount. What will happen? Penthouse dot add balcony will create. Got it? Add balcony is created. Now let's see. Now we will do the same console. Okay, so instead of first floor, I'll do penthouse. So now let's execute this thing. So first floor, sorry, execute. First floor plan is same and penthouse plan is same. Got it? So you are creating multiple. You have a blueprint called 2 BHK. From this, you are getting multiple objects or multiple things. When you are creating multiple things, what is happening? Everything will come. But what happened for this penthouse guy? He is looking for some extra features. What is looking? He is looking for balcony. So let's try to print balcony for these two people. Give me 1 minute. Sorry for the disturbance. So for this penthouse, we'll try to add balcony. Now let's execute these things. If I execute these things, see what is happening. What is happening? Can you see the output? First floor, you can see balcony is, what is that? Undefined. There is, means there is no balcony. And if you see the penthouse, you can see a balcony. So what is this thing? So thing is like, a class is like a blueprint. So we are going to define, okay, simple example, one more example I tell you. So you have 100 people in a class. When you have 100 people in this class, okay, so if you want to calculate the, if you want to do the marks or something, okay, student 1 dot marks, student 2 dot marks, student 3 dot marks. So if you're adding like this multiple things, what happen? Suppose you need to add one more subject. Again, you need to go and modify 100 students. All the example I'll tell you here. So example, so for every student, like student 1 dot max equal to 10. Student 1 dot equal to 10. 9. So like this, you are adding the marks. Suppose you want to add for student 2 and student 3, what you will do? Student 2 dot mass equal to 10. Student 2 dot equal to 9. So when you are adding like this, how many students? Suppose as of now, think like there are 100 students. So you can add 100 like this. Suppose you have 1000 students. Is it necessary to add like this? 1000 details? No, this is very, it's going to be very big. Each and every time 1000 lines, you would have 1000 times. Instead of these things, you can just make it as a class, means you are creating a blueprint of students. You are creating a blueprint of students. And then what we are going to do, I am going to add mass constructor. What I am going to do, I am going to do this dot max equal to mass. Here you can provide, you can pass the variables mass this dot php equal to. So like this you can add whenever you want to create a student one, what we can just do, student 1 equal to new students of 10 comma 9. So you can add like this. Suppose, and you can able to access those data easily by using student dot max or student dot physics. Suppose now if you compare to the old situation, new situation, if you wanted to add a class called chemistry, what you need to go? You need to go for the 100 students or 1000 student. You need to add a student 3 dot max, student 3 dot chemistry, student 4 dot chemistry, student 5 dot chemistry. Instead of that one, what we are going to do? We are not going to do anything more thing. We just add this dot chemistry equal to, okay, and then you can just add over here. So whenever a student is creating, if you wanted to pass, you can pass, or you can create as an empty, so that the data will be undefined or empty. So what is happening here? So you are going to reduce, and you can able to create a class. You can create a blueprint. By using this blueprint, you can do multiple objects without any issues, and you can able to modify them data easily. Okay, the same thing what I explained over here in the apartment concepts also. So big people, when they are constructing the big apartments, what they'll do, they'll just give a blueprint, and if you like this blueprint, you are going to purchase it, and they'll take 2 years to give an apartment for you. Just you are seeing the blueprint, you are just seeing the class, you are analyzing these things will be like this, and you are going to take it. That's it. And then they'll construct the same thing and they'll give it to you, and you are happy, so they'll be. So like this you can have a class. So class is nothing but set of things which can be achieved, and objects are nothing but Once you created a blueprint like class, so based on this, you can create an object. If you want an extra features, you can add in that extra features as part of that object. Okay. So this concept came into picture in ES ES6. Suppose you don't want it to pass here, so what you can do is, like in the ES6 there is one more concept. Yesterday also we have seen this concept is default. Previously we have seen the default parameters. So if you want, suppose if you don't know the student 3 physics mark or student physics marks we have added recently. Okay, some persons will have, some persons don't have. So at that time you can add directly 0. If you are not passing this parameter also, by default it will take 0 and it will do. So this is going to be a concept that is called default parameters in ES6. Okay, this is the concept of classes and this is the concept of ES6. Okay, and then we are going to see one more concept that is called arrow functions. So what is an arrow function? Let's see how to write an arrow function. Okay, now let's take this same example here. I'm taking the students example. Okay, I'm taking the students class over here. I'm creating a student class. Okay, I'm just creating a constructor over here. Okay, see here what I'm doing. As of now, I'm not creating any constructor. This dot max equal to 0. You can create max equal to 0. Okay, now I'm going to create a student. Create left. Okay, and I'm going to create a new student. Let me create a constructor over here. Okay, I have created student 1.marks, student 2.marks. HS. Okay, so I have created a new student of 10 comma 9. Okay, now if I print this one, student 1 marks is 10, max is 10, and physics is 9. So like this you can create a number of students. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the total marks. Okay, so now here what I'm trying to do over here what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to create a total equal to, okay, here this is the arrow function parameters. So I'm going to show you the example here. Example, this dot, this dot total equal to this dot mass plus this dot. So here what I'm trying to do here is mm, why it is giving an error, let me check. Let me create. So let me execute it. Okay, let me go more example will tell you. So let me create a normal function. Function a total equal to console dot log of this. Okay. function total one equal to empty function of console.log of this. Okay, now what I'm going to do is total of total one of. So what is the syntax for arrow function? So arrow function syntax is like we are going to modify arrow function by removing couple of features in arrow function. So how can you write arrow function in JavaScript is like you just remove the function name. You don't need to write the function. You can just call the function, and instead of this writing this braces and writing this like this, what you can do is like you can provide the arrows double parameters, the what you can solve parentheses over here if you wanted to pass some value. If you really don't want to pass the value, you can just remove them also. You don't need to worry about this. And then this is the block structure. So this is the way you can write arrow function. Suppose this is a single line, correct? You don't need to write the data. So what we can do is we can just remove these things and you can write everything in a single line. Okay, but function you can't do like this. You can't remove the parameters. Okay, this is the shorthand operator for the function is the first thing. There is a second example also, second feature also. So this is the first feature. So what is the feature? You don't need to write everything in a block. You can just write, this is like a shorthand operator. You can write a simple function in single line itself. You don't need to write multiple lines providing the braces and everything. So here you can see you have, it's taking 3 lines to write a function, but here you're taking only 1 line to the write a function. Now let's try to execute this program. See here, you can see window operator. Okay, window operator. So what is this window operator? Okay, how it is going to work? So in this arrow function, the best concept here is, example I'll tell over here, this dot a equal to 10. Okay, and here also this dot a equal to, so what happened to this keyword? So there is a difference between arrow function and a normal function. So you are not seeing this example, but when we go to the ES6, when we are coming to the next step, we are going to learn React. At the time, I'll give you the clear example. What is the difference? So what happens to this keyword in the arrow function? First example is like you can shorten the function, you can remove the function name, and you don't need to write the braces. You can remove and you can write a function in single line. And the second thing is when you're writing an arrow function, what happens is this keyword you are seeing correct here. This keyword takes its parent automatically. Okay, this keyword takes this automatically, parent automatically. Okay, but when you're writing a function, okay, when you're writing a function, this keyword belongs to the current function. So as of now, you won't see the example, clear example over here. But when I go to the what do you say, after Node.js, we are going to the React. In this React, I can show you the clear example. What is the difference between arrow function and a normal function? Okay. So, but I'm telling you the thing over here. So when we come to the arrow function and a normal function, when you come to the normal function, this keyword belongs to the only this function. Okay, this keyword belongs to only this function. But when you come to this arrow function, what happens is like this keyword refers to its parent. As of now, this here you won't see the difference, because as of now total this dot a means 10. So this function also refers to the window object, and this function also, here also this refer to the window object. So you won't see the much difference. But when you go to the React, okay, there we are going to see what is the difference between these two. Okay, so you need to understand the concept here. In arrow function, this keyword refers to its parent, and in a normal function in JavaScript, this keyword refers to the current JavaScript function. That is the difference. Okay, you got it. Any questions over here? I'll explain you with the example of this keyword in the arrow functions in the React session, which we are going to start after Node.js. Okay. So these are all the new features and functionalities which came in the ES6. There are a couple of features, those are like normal. You also can learn those features easily. But these are all the main key features came in ES6. With these key features only, we are going to write React, Angular, and Node.js, all the concept. Okay. Now, so let's go to the Node.js. What is a Node.js? See, till now, whatever we have seen, that is JavaScript, pure JavaScript. Where you are doing this thing, you are executing your JavaScript in the client machine or client browser. It may be Chrome, it may be Mozilla. So what is happening? You are downloading the code, JavaScript code, and you are executing. So you are exposing your JavaScript code to everyone. So anyone who are you are writing, what are the JavaScript, what are the HTML, what are CS, everything can be seen by anyone if he opens the website. Okay. This is the, because this is a client side programming language, that is the default behavior of JavaScript. Okay. Then what is this Node.js? As I told you, we have, before going to this one, I want to tell you about the browsers. Okay, you have to know what is a JavaScript engine. JavaScript engine is a set of rules and regulations, and based on this set of rules and regulations, each and every browser created their own engine to execute JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript engine, they have a couple of stacks and queues and everything. So whenever you write a program, it is executing step by step. Okay, whenever you're writing a program, it will execute step by step and it will give you the output. So to write, to execute those things, so normally if you go to the C, Java, C++, you need to install some runtime environment. So you need to install Turbo C or Java 1.8 version or Java 1.9 version. Whatever the version you have to install in your local machine, and then only your Java program is executing. Okay, give me 1 minute. Sorry guys. So each and every browser, there is a set of rules to execute JavaScript. Okay, so how the JavaScript engine works? So first thing, so you know how the JavaScript engine works? So JavaScript engine is divided into multiple things. Okay, first one is the stack. JavaScript is a single thread architecture. As I told you, JavaScript is a single thread architecture because you are executing in your browser. So it is executing line by line. So this is a, what is the stack? What is the meaning of stack? Can you tell me what is the meaning of stack and what is the meaning of queue? What is the meaning of stack and what is the meaning of queue? Tell me guys. Queue is first in, first out. Okay. So let's see. Okay. This is the stack and this is a queue. Okay. So how JavaScript programs works in any browser? Okay, JavaScript is a single thread architecture. So only single threads are going to execute in a thread, one after other, one after other. Once one application is finished, one we have written a var a. Simple example: if you see this var a, once this var a is executed, then only it will go to the this console. Once it is executed, it will go to this thing. Once this is executed, it will go to the next thing. Okay, like this program executes one after other. Now, but is it a right architecture? This is the right architecture, but the problem is whenever a program is executing, you may need to call database or you may need to call some third party service. You may need to call some other thing. You need to wait for some time. Am I correct or not? You need to wait for some time. It may be 5 seconds, it may be 10 seconds, it may be 1 minute, it may be 5 minutes. You need to wait. Okay. But JavaScript is a single thread. So suppose if a operation is happening, it need to execute for, it need to go for 10 minutes or it need to execute for 20 minutes, not 20 minutes, don't be there. It need to wait for 2 minutes, it need to wait for 3 minutes. What happens? The next lines of code won't be executed. Correct. The next line of code is going to be executed. So how to overcome this situation? So for this reason, JavaScript came up with a concept with single thread. Even in a single thread, they have concept of asynchronous. So what is synchronous and what is asynchronous? Synchronous is nothing but line by line execution or one after other execution. So that once one execution is completed, then only it will go for next line. This is going to call as synchronous, like following one after other, one after other. What is an asynchronous? Asynchronous is nothing but you are calling multiple things at a time. Okay, you are calling multiple things at a time, so you can execute multiple lines of code at same point of time. That is called asynchronous. Okay, synchronous is nothing but Suppose you call a JavaScript request from a database or server, it need to wait for 1 minute or 2 minutes. Until unless 2 minutes, it won't execute any JavaScript in your application. Once the response came, it will give. Suppose some issue happened at the server side or that response is not giving. What happens? You are blocked. Your program won't execute. But asynchronous is nothing but, suppose you are calling a database request, it will call the database request and it will go, the database request will go continuously and your necklines will be executed continuously. Once the database request comes, it will give you the output. Okay, so this is the concept of synchronous and asynchronous. Okay, now JavaScript designed with single threaded architecture, but it has an capacity to do asynchronous operations. So where these asynchronous operations are going to be doing a concept that is called web APIs, that we are going to call as web APIs. So in this web APIs, suppose there is a blocking code is coming or database requests are coming or any timeouts are coming. So I'll tell you an example. So there are three types. One is the blocking code, which is like input output operation, like you're calling a server or database connections. Or one more thing is like you can call a set timeout, which will wait for a couple of seconds and it will execute. Okay, so I'll show you the example. Okay, so what happens is like in this stack, whenever you have a variable a, okay, it will come to here where a I equal to 10. It will comes here and it will execute and it will move out of the stack. Okay, now this is a console.log. It will remove and it will be console.log. It will come and execute. And if you see console.log, it will come and execute console.log function increment of. I'll tell about this function as of now. But here you can see console.log of till 14 it is going to execute. Now what I said, there is a function, okay, there is a function that is called set timeout. Okay, set timeout. So what are these functions? Whenever you have defined a function, these will be in a compilation. When we are doing a compilation, these will be stored in the memory. This function will be stored in the memory. This function will be stored in the memory. So you don't need to worry about this one. After 14th line, it will come to the 29th line. Because these are all stored in memory. It will come to the 29th line. So what is happening here? There is a set timeout. So then it will come here. Whenever there is a set timeout method, what happens in JavaScript is this is an blocking code or asynchronous operation. What happens is like this set timeout will be moved. It won't execute in the stack. Means it won't execute as of now. What happens is this set timeout will go to the web API. The set timeout will go to the web API. It won't execute. Where it comes to the web APIs. So what happens? The set timeout won't execute as of now. It comes over here. What a increment. So what this is going to do? So as soon as it moved to here, it will go to the 31st line. And then there is one more set timeout. One more set timeout will come, and one more set timeout, whatever it came, it comes here. And it came to web APIs. So here this web APIs is going to execute, as well as what is the next line? I++. So I also will get execute now, and console will be executed now. Parallelly, what happens is like here the set timeout function is called, correct? Now what is happening here? There is a set timeout. What is the set timeout function usage is like? It need to wait for number of millisecond. So here you have provided 5000 milliseconds, correct? Here 1000 milliseconds equal to 1 second in JavaScript. Here 5000 means 5 seconds. So what it will do is, this set amount function, what it will do is, it will wait for 5 seconds. Once 5 seconds is over, what happens is, like, whatever the actual function you are calling increment, correct? Increment will comes to here. It moves to the queue. Okay, here you need to understand, it will come to the stack first. If there is an asynchronous operation, it will go to the web APIs. Okay, and this web APIs will go continuously parallelly execution. Once the response comes, it will move to the queue. Okay, once it moved to the queue, what we are going to have? We are going to have increment over here. Okay, we have an increment function over here. So now what is going to happen? Still it won't execute it in the output. So then when it will be executed, we have a concept in JavaScript that is called event loop. So what it event loop main work is, event loop executes continuously. Every second it will execute, every fraction of second it will execute. What event loop main work is, event loop main work is, it is going to check the stack. Whenever a stack is empty, then then this event loop will take this event from here to the stack. Here to the stack. Okay, this is the work of event loop. So that's reason what happens is, like, you don't have any blockages in the program. So web APIs will go continuously, your program will go continuously. Once you got the response from web APIs, it will come and come back to the stack. And what is the stack work? It will check any blockage code. Now increment of function, there is no any blockage of code, it will execute. Okay, and you can see the output. Let's see the program execution for this. So here is the simple example. I have a I value is 10. Console.log of I value. I am printing the I value. I am incrementing I value by 1. So what is the I value now? 11. Okay. These are all the function definitions. It is not going to execute. Now I have a set timeout function. As soon as set timeout function comes, what happens? This execution will move to the web APIs. And there is one more set timeout, it will move to the web APIs. It need to wait for 5 seconds. Now, what is the I value? 11. I value increment to 1. What is the end of the JavaScript? I value became 12. But our JavaScript program not yet completed. It is executing some data in the background. After 5 seconds, that is completed. So after 5 seconds, this increment function will execute. What is the I value as of now? It is 12. Now I value incremented to 1. What is the I value? 13. I value inside increment after 5 seconds, I value became 13. After the I value increment 1, what is the I value? Became 14. Let's execute this program. See here what is happening. When I refresh, see the output, what is happening. After 5 seconds, it is, let me modify it to 10 seconds. One function, let me modify it to 10 seconds. So see here what I'm doing. I'm refreshing the application. Okay. At the end of the JavaScript, I value is 12. And see after 5 seconds, increment value after 5 seconds is 13, not 15. Sorry. Here, increment will one will execute after 5 seconds, increment will execute after 5 seconds, increment one will execute after 10 seconds. See here, increment 5 seconds after increment is 13. After 5 seconds, I value inside increment after the increment one is 14 seconds. So what is happening here? So there is a JavaScript is not going to stop your program execution even you have some blockage code. It need to wait for 5 minutes. So till that 5 minutes, if it is a, even it is a line by line execution, these lines are stopping execution. No, these lines are executed completely. These lines got executed completely. And at that time, once this executed stack is free, till 4 seconds stack is free. When this output came, when this increment came, our stack is empty. So that's reason it is trying to get this data and printing. Okay, you got it. Any questions over here? This is how a JavaScript engine works. Any questions here? So what happened next? So every browser is implemented, okay, this technology, in their browser machines, okay, in their browser machines. So everyone calling their own names. So let's see JavaScript engines in different browsers. Let's go to the wiki and we can wiki or somewhere. See here. So JavaScript engines V8. Okay, everywhere you may be hearing the V8. So V8 engine created by the Google for its Chrome browser. So as of now you're using Chrome browser, correct? In this Chrome browser there is a V8 engine. Okay, so that is mainly to execute our JavaScript lines of code. Okay, same like this. If you see other browsers vendors need to over-interpret compile. Apple developed their Nitro engine. So you have a Safari browser, correct? For this Safari browser, they have created a Nitro engine to execute your JavaScript. Okay, and then Mozilla created their own engine called Spider Monkey. Okay, so like this, everyone created their own browsers. Okay, everyone created their own browsers to execute JavaScript in their browsers. Okay, now once they're developing browsers engines, okay, so what Google thought is like, so as of now JavaScript is more powerful, why can't we develop JavaScript in the server side also? That's reason JavaScript, okay, that's reason JavaScript engine, V8 engine, they have implemented with few more features with the basic JavaScript engine, and there they made as a server side. So JavaScript, by using this V8 engine, Node.js became popular. So what is the Node.js? Node.js allows you to run JavaScript in the server side. Okay, as of now you are executing JavaScript in your local browser, but Google created a V8 engine, and based on this V8 engine, it created a server called Node.js. By using this Node.js, you can create JavaScript applications or you can execute JavaScript on server side. Got it? Okay. Now, So how this Node.js is going to execute? How this Node.js is going to execute? Okay, as I said, Node.js and JavaScript, Node.js. Node.js built on top of JavaScript engine. So the same way how the single thread operations are happening in JavaScript, same way it happens in Node.js. Then how multiple requests, suppose at a time you are sending 1,000 requests to Node.js server, how those are going to handle? How those are going to handle? Okay, how those are going to handle? So for this, V8 engine created a compiler called just-in-time compiler. Okay, just-in-time compiler. So what happens for this one is, okay, whenever a request comes to the Node.js, whenever a request comes to the Node.js, what happens is Node.js will take that request and it will empty the thread. It will just take the request, it will empty the thread. Okay, I'll give a simple example to make it clear. Have you seen in the hotels? If you go to the hotels, what is going to happen? You are going to have a 20 chairs. Okay, there is one kitchen and you don't have 20 waiters over there. Am I correct or not? You don't have 20 waiters. You'll be having 3 or 4 waiters. The same concept, I'll give an example here. So when you think like here, 20 chairs are going to be 20 requests and kitchen is going to be the server. And here if you see there are 3 waiters, think like there are 3 threads. What is going to happen? Now, so what is going to happen here? Whenever a customer places a request, okay, what he will do? He will just place a request, he'll give an order to the waiter. What waiter is going to do is waiter is going to the kitchen until unless that dish is prepared, he is going to stay there. No. What happening here? When the request made by the customer, he'll take the request and he'll give it to the kitchen. And he come back. Immediately he'll come back and he'll try for some other work. Is anyone is ordering the food or something, he will see. Or else, now there is a second customer came. He again placed an order. Immediately he'll take the order and he'll go to the kitchen and he'll give the order. And at that time the thread is free. Means that waiter is free. What he'll do? He will check in the server, he'll check in the kitchen, is there any completed dishes? Is there any completed dishes? If any dish is completed, what he'll do? He will take the dish and he'll keep in the first table or 10th table or 15th table. So what here is doing? Here we're doing, there is a single waiter, but he's not waiting continuously. He's just taking a request from the client and giving to the server. And until unless server gives the response, until unless the kitchen gives the dish, he won't care about it. He will take one more request or one more response and will handle. So same like this, our Node.js also works. So how this works with the concepts of callbacks. So how we are identifying here with the table number and the dish name, there it identifies with the callbacks. Callbacks mean once a function is completed, which one I need to call, that is called callback. Okay, so regarding this callbacks and regarding this Node.js and Express.js, so we are going to see Node and Express.js and this callbacks with the examples we are going to see in the next session. Okay, meanwhile you can go and see what is the concepts of Node.js, how Node.js server is working, what is the ES6 features and what is the JavaScript engine. So understand and analyze how things are happening with Node.js and Express.js and JavaScript engine. In the next class, what we are going to see? We are going to see the Express.js and Node.js with how callbacks, how Node.js and Express.js are working in the server side with callbacks. Okay. Any questions till now? Okay. This is today's class with your introduction to Node and ES6 features. Next class we are going to see Node.js, Express.js and everything. Yes, we need to install Node.js. If you are using Windows, what you can do is like install Node.js in your server, in your local machine. From Node.js, you can download this version. You can download this and you can install it. Okay. I'll tell you those things in next class. Node.js and how it is going to work, we are going to see in today's class. So first of all, before going to this session, last session I gave you the what is JavaScript engine and everything, how it is working. Okay, so everyone clear on that? So what is JavaScript and how it works? All the things we have seen in the previous class. Okay, so now we are going to see the thing. So I already told you what is a Java Node.js. So Node.js, how it works. So let's see what are the example we have seen in the last session. We'll try to refresh it a bit. Okay, let's go over here. So see. So what we had discussed in the last session, how Node.js works. So Node.js is a single thread architecture. Okay, so we don't have multiple threads. So if you see other programming languages like Java, JavaScript, PHP, all the things, what happens is there will be multiple threads. Okay, so there are going to be multiple threads and the threads are going to handle the request. But here you are going to have only one thread because JavaScript also single thread. Then how JavaScript is going to handle, Node.js is going to handle multiple requests sending by the users. Okay, how these are going to handle. Okay, so now let's see a restaurant model example. This is a server, or else you can mention this one as a Node.js Node.js server, or let's make it as kitchen. Okay, now let's see, there are couple of tables here. Table number 1, table number 2, table number 3. Okay, so here. So we are going to have a waiter. There is a waiter. So what happens? So Node.js works in a situation like JavaScript only, but how it works? So Node.js, if there is a order from table number 1, think like this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 6 tables. So we have one waiter. What he'll do? First he'll take order, okay, and he move it to the kitchen. Same like this, when there is a request coming from a number 1 person, it will take a request and it will send it to the server. That's it. As soon as you send a request, that's over. There is no issue. Okay, it's going to start. And then what happens, this waiter is not going to wait at the server until unless request is performed and you will get an output. What happens, this request will be, or the waiter will be free, and if there are any orders finished here cooking, he will be transferred to here. As of now, there is one order, it went. So now at the same time, there is a request come from fifth user. So what happens? The request will, waiter will take the request and will process over here. Fine. Now the waiter is here. Okay. At the time, there is a request coming from second. So what he'll do? Suppose at the time waiter one, table one order is finished, he will take this order to here and he will move to the second place and will take an order. So what happens is like there is no blockage. Okay, there is a process, one single process which is going to handle all the requests, take a request, send it to server. And how server is going to handle this request? See, if it is a restaurant or something, they will know which table, which number order they need to serve. They'll send it, they'll keep a receipt, and based on the receipt only, server will go to the respected, means the waiter will go to the respected table. The same concept here works in JavaScript in a concept of callbacks. Okay, it happens with callbacks. So what is a callback? Okay, so what is a callback? We are going to see. So the callbacks is going to be most important session in our classes, because all Node.js, JavaScript, advanced technologies, everything works on JavaScript callback. So first of all, what is a callback? So let's go to a basic example. Okay, suppose I want to do some calculations. Okay, I want to do some calculations. I want to do some calculation. It may be addition, it may be subtraction, it may be modification, anything I wanted to do. Suppose I am going to do create a calculator. Simple example. I am going to create a function calculator. Okay. When I have a calculator, okay, when I have a calculator, what I am going to do here is, okay, I am going to take two numbers, a comma b. Okay, now I am going to write a function calc of, I am going to call 10 comma 20. Suppose if I am doing an addition, what I'll do? Where c equal to a plus b, okay, and console dot log of c. If you call this function normally, you are seeing 30. So you are seeing the calculator. So but my calculator does not only do calculation, it will do addition, subtraction, modification, anything it can do. You have to do based on the thing you need to do. So to do this one, you need to do what you need to do. You need to write multiple functions called add, subtraction, multiplication. Like this, you need to do multiple things. Okay, and suppose there is a modification needed. Sometimes again you need to face a lot of issues. So that's the reason what we did is we came up with a concept called callback function. So callbacks functions is nothing but as soon as a function finished its execution. Okay, as soon as a function finished its execution. You're getting my point. As soon as a function finished its execution, it is not going to come back to the place where it is called. Okay, it is moving to some other function. So here, as soon as calc is finished, is it coming to the calc? No. Normally it comes to here. But what we are going to do is, instead of coming back to the same function again, we are going to call one more function. So I'll show you an example. So what I'm doing here is function add a comma b, where c equal to a plus b. So not log of c. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do one more call over here, add subtraction. See here what I'm doing. So I'm creating different function. I'm going to have addition, subtraction, multiplication. Normally, when you are doing addition, multiplication, subtraction, you need to call add of a comma b, subtraction of a comma b, multiplication of a comma b. Instead of this one, what we are trying to do is by using the callbacks, we are going to achieve this one. So how we are going to do callbacks? So callback function is a function which will be called after a function is completed its execution. So now I have addition, subtraction, multiplication, correct? As soon as this function finished execution, so console.log of, we are going to do calculator. Yeah. Okay, so as soon as this function is executed, instead of passing back to the place where we called, we are going to a place where we are pointing out, so that it won't go to the actual call, it will go to the one more function block. So here what I'm doing is I'm going to do type, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to print the type, and here see what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to call type of a comma b. So here, as soon as when I'm calling callback, as soon as I'm calling a calculator function here, I'm going to pass addition, add. I'm going to pass a variable called add. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass to this calculator function, and here I am explicitly telling boss, as soon as my calculator function is done, don't go to the don't go to the call function, go to the function whichever I have mentioned over here. Okay, let's execute this one. See here what is happening. See here what is happening. If you see clearly, you can able to see what is going to happen here. So I'm writing a callback. You should not provide as a name. You should have provided as a callback. So callback is a function which will be called as soon as the actual execution is over. So what I'm trying to do, I'm creating a calculator over here. So I'm passing 10 and 20. And I'm passing what type of calculation I want to do. I want to do a addition, or I want to do a subtraction, I want to do a multiplication. So when I send this thing, it is going to the callback. What it is trying to tell, as soon as this is the function parameter, see here, this is the function parameter. So here what you are trying to tell is you are going to tell when it is has to call. So normally if you try to do a add here, it will directly go to the add, but that also you need to explicitly mention where that need to be called. Okay, instead of coming back to me where that has to be called exactly, that you need to mention. So that's the reason we are going to have the callback over here. So we are going to call a callback, and then that callback is the parameter what you are passing in the function. So I'm passing a add function over here. Okay, when I pass a add function here, what it is doing, it is going to call back. And then see here, this is now it treats as a, whenever it is a callback, it treats as a function, it won't treat as a variable. That's the reason it is going to the callback. So what is the callback? It will be replaced. See here, normally callback is a just a variable, but how it became add explicitly. Sorry, it's not going to do explicitly, by implicitly it is going to call add off. So normally if you write a callback off, it is going to be a function. Callback also a variable, so that is a variable, it has to call callback function. But how come it is calling add off? Suppose I'll do here multiplication. Okay, if I call multiplication, see what happens here. When I pass add, okay, add is happening. When I pass multiplication, multiplication function is calling automatically. It is not a calling a function called callback. So what happens is callback is a JavaScript variable. It tells where I need to go and execute the next step. Okay, so like this, JavaScript happens in Node.js. So just in time executor. Okay, these are all the things happens here. So what happens is normally whenever you are doing some calculation in Node.js, whenever you are sending a request in Node.js, it will go to the server. So here it came to the server. Suppose here you are having a wait. Suppose think like here I have a, see here, set timeout of, suppose I have mentioned 10,000 seconds. Set mode won't work here because this is already in a callback. So what happens is like suppose this function is waiting around, suppose this function is waiting around 3 minutes to get the call response. So what happens then? So whenever a request came to Node.js and it comes here and it knows it is going to execute, and once this is the execution done, where it has to transfer, so where it has to transfer, callback it has to transfer. There is no waiting time over here, so that the requests and responses will be exactly moved to the point where it needed. Okay, this is how, this is a callback function. In the same callback function, Node.js also works. So Node.js works in a pattern of callbacks. So whenever multiple requests are coming to the server, so server side, it will know which callback it has to call and where the response it has to go. So based on this, a request will go back to the server and a request will go back to the user and the response is served. So this is the way Node.js works, and this is a single thread architecture. And why this Node.js became this much popular comparatively with Java and all these things. So as I told you, JavaScript is a single thread architecture. Whenever multiple requests are coming, so all the requests handled by single thread. Suppose if you go to the Java and other programming languages, each and every request, it will create thread, multiple threads until unless a response is coming back. Simple example, the request came, there are 5 requests came. Java will create 5 requests. So simple example, each and every request is taking around 200 KB or 300 KB. What happens? These 5 threads will be going parallelly, okay, as well as coming back different times or something. So you are creating around 1000 KB. But in Node.js, all these 5 requests are coming parallelly. So requests will be served one after other. But these requests are fast because once the request will take and you send it to server, immediately take the within very light fraction of second take one more request. So that you'll be having for the 5 requests here you are having one thread. In Java and other servers, it will having multiple threads. So there the number of threads will be increasing and memory will be increasing, which is based of memory in the computer or server. But here in Node.js, you have one thread. Now you will get a question. Sir, this will be fine. Suppose you are getting around 1000 to 5000 requests. This is fine. Suppose you are getting hundreds of requests, means like you are getting 1 lakh requests, 2 lakh requests, or millions of requests. Simple example, if you see Facebook and all these things, they are getting lot number of requests. How the requests are going to be handled? So how the requests are going to be handled here is, I'll show you the one more example. So how the requests are going to be handled by multiple things is simple example. There are two types of balancing happens from a server side. Okay. So two types of handling servers had things handled by server side. Suppose let's take a server. I have a server. Okay. And this server is having around this server is having around 8 GB RAM, 1 TB hard disk, and very good processor. Okay, there is a system over here. This is how. So think like this 8 GB and 100 TB things can handle 1000 or 10,000 request at a time. It may be per minute or it may be per second. So this server can handle 10,000 requests per a minute, and this is having 8 GB, 1 TB hard disk and processor. So now suppose you are getting after 1 month or 2 months of your server went live, you are getting around 5,000 requests per a minute. Sorry, 50,000 requests per a minute. So at that time, you are going to have two type of scalings. Two types of, one is horizontal, second is, okay, so vertical scaling happens. So what is the difference between horizontal scaling and vertical scaling? Simple example. So can you tell me in your way what you think? As of now, I'm getting 10,000 requests per second. Suppose you are getting 20,000 requests or 50,000 requests you are going to get. Or else in the morning it will get 10,000, night it will get 20,000. So how is the server can handle? Any ideas? Okay, fine. I'll tell you. Okay. So there are two types. One is horizontal and one is vertical. So what is the difference? Vertical scaling, it means nothing but instead of 8 GB RAM on 1 TB hard disk, what you will do is you will increase it to around 50 GB RAM and 5 TB hard disk. Okay, your problem is solved. So as of now, it is taking 10,000. If you move it to 50 GB RAM and 5 TB is, it will handle around 50,000 requests per a minute. The problem is solved. This type of increasing, the data is going to call as a vertical scaling. So you are increasing the size of the computers and everything. Your problem is solved. This is called vertical scaling. Like this, you can able to handle your request coming to Node.js or Java. Okay. Now, what is a vertical scaling? So vertical scaling is nothing but instead of upgrading your system with 5 GB, 50 GB RAM and 1 TB hard disk and everything, what we are going to do? We are going to, instead of we have one system, we are going to purchase 4 more servers with the same configuration. Okay. So we are going to take 4 more systems with the same configuration. So coming to the horizontal and vertical scaling, maybe here the pricing will be high. Here cost will be, here the cost will be less. So what is happening here? Cost, you are keeping cost, you are taking only one server and increasing, but here you are taking 5 servers. And then how the requests are going to handle? In these 5 servers, we are going to have a mechanism that is called routing mechanism or any load balancing mechanism. These 5 servers will keep with load balancing mechanism. Okay. So with this load balancing mechanism, what happens is, suppose there are 10,000 requests comes, all will go to the server number 1. Suppose your requests are going to increase. Whenever it felt like, okay, this server is exhausted, requests are getting over and high, what happens? This load balancing mechanism, it will see what are all the systems are free for the system, it will assign the request. Maybe from 2000, 1001 onwards, 2000, it will send the request over. Okay. And then even 20,000 plus requests are handling, it will send requests over here 2001 to 3000. So what is happening here? You are not moving to the same system. Whenever the system is performing more and the requests are getting high, we are moving our requests to other place, other server. So that what happens? You doing a load balance and requests are going to serve easily. But now, what is the pros and cons here? So this concept of adding multiple server, this we are going to call horizontal scaling. Means you are keep on adding the mission. So which one is more efficient? Which one is going to? Horizontal scaling is the best one to use scaling purpose. So why? Why is best thing? Simple example, you are doing 8 GB. Now the requests are going up. You need to shut down your system. I need to modify your system 50 GB to 100 GB. So now the request went to 50 GB, 50,000 to 1,000, 1 lakh. You need to shut down the system, make this request from, you need to increase this 50 GB to 100 GB and everything you need to configure. But here, what is happening in horizontal scaling? Whenever a new requests are getting increased, you don't need to shut down any of these missions. What you can do, you can just add one more mission over here and then configure that in the load balancing. That's it. There is no need to power off and there is no need to add, there need to do anything. So from 60,000 onwards, the request will go over here. And one more advantage. Suppose your net down. or power went down, or there is a hardware issue, or there is a software issue, any issue happens, what happens? Your server is not going to give any response. Your website is down. Everything is down. Suppose if you see here, you have 6 missions, 6 servers. Suppose this server is down. 1000 to 1001 server is, this server went down because of there is a power failure or some issue happened. What happens? What happens? As soon as this server is down, whenever a request is coming to one, it will see there are 6 more server. Can we serve that request and assign it to the some other server? But here in this case, if the request, if the server is down due to power failure or the some issue, hardware failure or software failure, anything, until unless this is fixed, your website is totally down. Your website is not able to handle any request. But here, even the requests are 60,000, 70,000, something, even with a less time span, even within maybe 10 seconds or 15 seconds extra time, what happens? It will go to the other second server or third server, fourth server, fifth server, sixth server. From anywhere, if the server is free, from that you can able to get the rest. So as a customer, you wanted to see your website down, or you need to get, even it may be 1 or 2 seconds late, you wanted to get the response. Which one you people like? Which one will the customer like? If there is an issue, customers wanted to see website or not. Whatever the customers don't know, it may be power failure, it may be any failure. Do the customers need what you are facing the issues? They should not know. Correct. So that what is happening here? Customers are the main persons. If there is no customers, how much this one you are doing is waste. In this case, if system is down or something happened, it will take around 2 to 3 days to finish. Till 2 3 days, you will keep your website down. You can't keep it. But here, you can see, you can able to handle anything. Maybe some latency issue, like it may be take 2 3 seconds. It may be take 5 more seconds, 5 more minutes, or 2 more minutes. But you can able to get the response. Got it? Okay. This is the way there is a horizontal and vertical scaling happens, and then by using the scaling, Node.js, even in Java also we can do vertical scaling. All Java servers also do the vertical scaling. But when you are increasing the system cost and everything will be high. Coming to Node.js, everything is open source. You don't need to do any software cost, you just need a hardware cost, that's it. But Java and everything, you need to do a software cost, you need to do system cost, there are multiple things you need to handle everything. That reason Node.js became popular. And suppose think like you are doing a website which maximum 10,000 people will be seeing, so you don't need to do anything. So you don't want to bear any software cost. If you go to the Node.js, there won't be any software cost, only the hardware cost and everything. But if you're going with Java, dot and everything, you need to purchase the license from them. I need to make sure the website is live. I need to do a lot of things. So that makes users very easily to adapt. That's reason people are much crazy about Node.js and doing their things. Okay. And now let's see what is a Node.js. As I said, Node.js is an open source server environment and it is free. And where it works in all operating systems, it may be Windows, Linux, all these things. And you don't need to worry about learning the Java, .NET, PHP or something other things. So JavaScript, Node.js works on JavaScript, and you can write JavaScript executions also. So why this Node.js became much popular and why we are using this thing? Okay, Node.js is fast compared. Node.js is the same way it is compared to with other operating, other servers also. Okay, so what can more can do? So Node.js is simply like all other programming languages. It can do read write operations, doing the see JavaScript. We can't do anything with the file modification, but by Node.js you can do anything on the servers, and anything can be done by using Node.js. Okay, even Node.js, as because of this one becoming server, you don't need to do any other servers. By using Node.js, you can directly connect to the database. Okay, JavaScript, as a JavaScript engineer, you can't just directly go and connect to the database. What you need to do, you need to have a programming logic, maybe PHP, .NET, ASP.NET, or Java or another programming language. That server, from that server, it will connect to the database and get the request. But coming to the Node.js, it directly connects to the Node database. So by using the JavaScript, you can call Node.js, and Node.js can connect to the database and it can give you the output. Okay, got it. Now, let's go to the Node.js, how to create a server in Node.js, and how to write JavaScript, and how can we execute. Okay, let's see. First thing, what you need to do is you need to go Node.js, you need to download the version Node.js. Whatever the version you want, you have multiple version. As of now, you have 12.16.2 as a LTS and 13.2 as a current. So what is the difference between these two versions? Okay, there is no difference. Thing is like, so every time they are going to upgrade the Node.js, any issues or any new features or something. So this is the 12.6.2 is the current version used by many engineers, and it is a stable version without any issues. And 13.12.0 is the current version which recently got released, and still people are migrating to it, and we are trying to test it perfectly until, as suppose this 13.12.0 adapted by many users and it is stable without any issues, this 12.16 point will go and this will be the latest version. You can download this version and you can able to run. Once you download, you can Node will be installed. You can do it download and you can install in your local system. Once you do this one, okay, you can type in command node, then Node.js console will open in your system. Okay, console.log off. See here, you can see iMessage. Okay, you can see iMessage. So it is like a console. Node.js having a command prompt as well as you can able to start the things. So how can I create a Node.js server in my local system, and how it can handle multiple requests? So for that, what I am going to do here is Node.js. So I'm going to create a Node.js server in my local. Okay, I'm going to create here. So when I'm going to write here, what is the extension? .js files is the extensions to create Node.js file, and it can start execution. So as of now, what I'm going to do, I'm just starting a server, and multiple requests can come to the server. So let's see how can I do those things. Okay. So in this, we are going to have HTTP is a method, or HTTP is a JavaScript HTTP library which is used to connect request. Okay, which is used to connect the request from a server. So where HTTP equal to require HTTP. So what is this require? If you see other programming languages, C, C++, Java, or anything, you are having an import, you are going to have include. Okay, like this, we are going to have multiple ways to get attach one JavaScript file into other JavaScript file. The same way in Node.js, if I want to import one JavaScript file into other JavaScript file, we are going to use require or import. Okay, I'll go through one by one. So require is the place where we can get a request, and from request here HTTP is a Node.js library. From that library, we are going to call the HTTP. Now what I'm going to do here is HTTP dot create server. Now what I'm doing is I'm starting a server. Okay, I'm just starting a Node.js server, and I'm going to do here function. I'm just calling a simple function with request response. Okay, with request. So I'm going to write response dot write head 200 and my content type. So what I'm trying to do is whenever a request is coming, I'm going to print the response. What response I wanted to print. So I'm going to print content type as text or HTML. So I'm going to print data in text or HTML. Okay, and then response dot end. This is my first request. This is my server, and request is handled. Okay, so now what I am going to do here is, see here, I have a HTTP dot create request. So in this HTTP, what I am trying to do here is I am going to create a request, and then it is going to handle. So once this is handled, give me 1 minute. Okay, sorry. So what happens is like it is trying to take the request and it is going to respond what all the request is going to have. And then what I am going to do is here is I am going to listen to a port number. Okay. So here what happens is like in your computer, in your system, there are multiple ports. Okay. From you can create from 0 to 10,000. There are multiple ports handles in your request. Sometimes you maybe face this issue, port number, port is already used or something. Okay. Each and every software in your system is handled by one port. Okay, each and every when you open some software, it takes some port which is free in your computer. On that port it executes. So what all the requests are coming to the Node.js in this current server from this 8080 port, we are going to respond back all the requests. Okay, now I have created a simple Node.js server. Okay, so here whenever you are sending a request to this, after executing, whenever you are sending a request to 8080 port, this response is going to handle. So this response need to handle means you need to start this Node.js. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here is cd work. I'm going to see here my server is started. Okay, this Node.js application is started. See here node on this Node.js is started. Let's go to any of the browsers and try to provide local host 8080. See here what output you are seeing. This server, this is my server and request is handled. See here what is happening. So now a Node.js server is live. Okay, so you have created a simple Node.js server. In your server means in your computer you created your own server. Okay, now what are all the requests coming to this localhost colon 8080 will be connected to this port Node.js and then the requests are handled. Now take this here and execute in one more thing. See here my server. So you have started a server in 8080 port. See here you have started a request in 8080 port and then what all the requests are coming to this thing will be handled. Okay, you got it. So here, instead of creating a Java server, you are creating your own Node.js server by using the Node. So Node is there and you are creating a server with 8080 port number. Okay, now a 8080 port number, what all the requests are coming is are handled. So as of now, till now, what you did, you are doing all your programs in client side. Okay, the software is downloading to your client and then it is executing. As of now, if you execute this thing on this thing, from where it is handled, it is not downloading the whole Node.js application. Go to the inspect and see the output. Go to the inspect, see the console, HTML page. What you are seeing? Where is your Node.js program? Where is your program? This is all your program. Are you seeing all your program? No, because now this Node.js is a server. It's not Node.js file, whatever created. It created a server and using the server, requests are handled. But if you see here, previous HTML pages and JavaScript, you have created JavaScript files. Those JavaScript files you are calling, and then those are downloaded to your application and you can able to see. So Node.js is a server which will do a request. Now what you can do here, instead of localhost or 127.0.0.1 possible, means your local computer, local host, and you are working in your computer, your port number will be 127.0.0. Suppose your computer is connected to a LAN, which is an intra-network. Suppose if you see in your college, there is a computer labs will be there. So come the computer lab, there are 30 to 50 labs will be, computers will be there. Those are all connected. So you can create a server in one system, all the 40 systems can be handled easily. The same way internet also works. If you create, if your computer is a public IP, okay, this is private IP. So only in your network, this is the thing. If you see public IP, people are saying public IP. So what is the public IP? That IP can be addressed from anywhere in the world. So what happens? If you purchase a public IP and this computer is having a public IP, what happens is instead of 127.0.0.1, you can create that whatever the IP you have for the system from anywhere in the world, you can touch it. Your If you are connected to the internet, through the internet, it will connect to this 192.3.3.1 mission, and in this mission at 8080 port, what is there? At 8080 port, I have a Node.js. I have started a HTTP request, and as soon as the request come to here, what is happening? It is trying to create a HTML page, and what it is giving? It is giving a response. Okay, like this, Node.js works in your mission. Got it? Any questions? So what is 200 meaning? Okay, 200 means, as I told you, if you go to the network connection, what is the thing? Status. So I'm trying to send 200 success message. Suppose if you're sending 500 over here, and call this thing. See here, you are getting a 500, but still you are seeing a message. Okay, so there is no issue. Thing is like, these are all the status codes. Whenever you are sending a request, a response to the client, you need to send a status code. It is a success or it is a failure or it's some issue. So 500 is not a success message. It is an internal server message which is defined by HTTP protocol. So in HTTP protocol, everyone, they have set a rules and regulations. If a server is responding 200, server feels like this is a success message. If you are sending 401 or something, it is an error. If you are sending a 500, it is an internal server issue. There is no internal server issue, but still you are sending 500. Okay, so you need to pass the exact response code based on the request and response. See here, now the request will be 200. Okay, now, and if you see the function, okay, see here, what is going to handle. So there is a require HTTP and HTTP. This require I am going to tell in the couple of seconds, after couple of minutes. So I am going to call a HTTP node module or HTTP node or HTTP JavaScript file or something which can handle all the HTTP. So I am going to create a server. Okay, and the server, once you create a server, it is going to take a, it is calling a function. In this function, we are having a request and response. Okay, so whenever a request comes, it takes the request and it will print the response. And here, if you see dot listen is you are going to listen which node server, which port in your server you are going to see. Suppose if you see here, I am modifying to 1234. My port number I am giving 1234, and let's stop this one and execute one more time. Let's execute this thing. What happened? 127.0.0.1.8080. You can't reach this thing and provide 1234. See here. Okay, got it. So your computer, you are making a server. Your system, you are making a server. Now your system became a Node.js server, and then if you go to the Java, you need to install an Apache, you need to do Java servers, all the things, and you need to write Java, all Java programs there. The server need to handle, but here you don't need. You created your own Node.js server, and the request can be handled by here. Okay, that's it. Now the important concept in Node.js. So this is the actual Node.js server, and like this the requests are handled. So whenever the request, multiple requests are coming, it will take the request and it will process the request and will send the response. Over. That's it. And your server will be like this on always. If the request is coming, it will handle. If the request is there, okay. Now, so your server is there and you may need to write multiple lines of code, multiple pages to make sure your application is working perfectly. You can't create application in one file. You need to have multiple files. How to link between each and everything, how to call one function, how to move to one place to other place and everything. If you see JavaScript, till now we don't know how to do. If you see HTML, you can include JavaScript by using script src equal to script file and text and everything into mention. But in JavaScript, you can't include one more JavaScript. That is a big problem with JavaScript. But by using the Node.js, it can be handled by using this. So how it can be handled? The first thing here you need to know about is required. So what is a required function? Okay, what is the required? So before going to this thing, we are going to see as a understand how multiple JavaScript files you wanted to have and you wanted to use it. Simple example, I'm creating one more sample dot JS file. I'm creating a sample.js file. In this sample.js file, okay, in this sample.js file, what I am trying to do here is I'm going to create some response data function. I'm going to create. So I'm going to return. I'm just creating as my. So I'm creating a my name function. This is the way. One more way you can write a function instead of writing like this. Okay, like this you can. Now, so I have a sample.js file. I have a Node.js server here. So these JavaScript files I need to execute and then I need to get the output. I need to get my name to the. So how can I do those things? So in JavaScript, it came with a concept that is called exports. Okay, that we are going to call as a exports. So what is an export? Okay, so export is mainly used to divide your programs into multiple pages, or that multiple pages we are going to call as modules. Okay, so instead of writing everything in one single JavaScript page, you can write multiple JavaScript files, and whenever you want them, you can just add them from your application. Okay, you can add them by using your application. So exports my name, and I'm going to give my name here. So this sample.js file, I need to add this JavaScript Node.js file, I need to get the output. So what I can do? So here, where name equal to, I can require. So what is the require here now? Here require is nothing but you are going to import, you are going to get one more JavaScript file. So what I'm trying to do here, there is a sample.js file. I am requiring it. Okay. So what is the difference between this require and this require? So there is no difference. Here, this is a user defined JavaScript file, and this is Node.js defined JavaScript. So that's reason you don't need to write .js. Even you can write .js also. Even you can write .js also. Okay. So what I'm trying to do, I'm going to call sample.js file from my current, and then what I'm going to do here is, so I'm going to call my name dot, what is the file function name? My name. Let's execute this program. See here. One minute. See here, you can see the output, whatever the data I am printing. You can see the output Nanda and Nanda. See here, my name is Nanda. So you can able to see the output. Okay. Now what more you can do? You can create a HTML page here. As of now, you are seeing the data correct. Instead of this one, instead of sample.js, you can create a HTML page. You can input the data, and here you can connect to the database by using sample.js. You can connect to the database, and in the database you can do operation, and you can send back the response. You can see the response. Okay, you got it. So you are creating a server, and then these things we are going to call as an express.js. Okay, so Node.js is just a server. Okay, Node.js is just a server, but this writing these functions like require, you're writing the require correct, and create server, and these things we are going to do with Express. Express.js is a framework which is on top of Node.js or library, which is used to create Node.js server in JavaScript and be able to execute. Okay. So in this, the first important foremost thing that is called, what is that? Is requires and exports. Okay, what is the requires? Requires is the function which is mainly used to get some other JavaScript file. And then what is here? This HTTP. HTTP is a predefined Node.js module. Okay, so Node.js having a predefined HTTP module. So why we need to use those things? So we need to use this one to get some requests, transfers, or hypertext transfer protocol HTTP. So whenever you are calling something over a web, it need to be achieved by using this HTTP server. Okay, and here the next thing is create server. Okay, in HTTP module in Node.js there is a create server module. What happens is like this method used to create a HTTP server. So by using this HTTP server, you can able to handle, and there is a callback method which is called listen 1234. So in this port number, you can able to listen, and so from that port number, you can able to respond all the requests. And this port number 1234 is the responsible for to take a request and execute this thing and respond back through that response. Respond back to that protocol. Okay, you got it. So here what I can do is here is I can write here, I can write few more things. Request dot write, I can write request dot UI. If we execute this thing over here, let's see what is going to happen. So here see, there is a slash you are seeing, just a slash you are seeing. See here, you can see slash. Suppose if you provide as ABC. So in your website, you may need to handle multiple requests from about a space, index space, contact space, like this multiple requests you may need to handle. Suppose here you have provided home and execute. You can see this URL, from this URL you can able to handle. from contact. So but here what happens, as of now my current server is working on 1234. There is no restriction. After 1234, whatever it is coming, it will try to accept the request and it will try to provide you the response. Okay, it will try to provide you the response. Got it? Any questions here? So to do this thing, we are going to use a file system. Okay, to do this one, we are going to use a file system. So what is a file system? So file system, by using the file system in Node.js, you can able to read multiple files of, it may be HTML or it may be any file, you can able to get those data. Okay, so let's see how can able to do those things. Okay, to do those things, you can do the concept that is called, HTTP came up with a concept that is called file system. Okay, so that is going to call of require of file system fs. So I'm going to have a fs module and I'm having this. Now let's see, instead of printing some data here, let me try to get the file system. Okay, and display that data. Display that data. So now I'm going to create a sample HTML one home.html. This is a sample HTML. This is a home HTML page. Okay, I have a home.html page. Now let's try to read this HTML file. I have a file system, correct? Now what I'm going to do over here, let's see. Instead of all these things, I'm going to read the fs dot read. I'm going to read a file. Okay, I'm going to read a file that is called, what is the file name? Home.html. Home.html. And then once I read this home.html, I'm going to call a callback function that is called request and response, same like previously. Or it is going to, this callback function is read, this file read system and write system is having a callback function which will return two parameters, one is error and one is data. So what is this error? Suppose when you are reading this one.html file by using read file function, if any error occurs, that error data will be in error parameter. And what are all the data you read will be in the data variable. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here is see. So I'm going to just write request dot as a HTML and response dot write off data. And let's execute this file again. Sorry, I have added one more extra parameter. This one is handled here. Here you need to close this one. Let's start the server again. See, my server is started, and let's execute this page. Okay. Well, Node.js read commerce. Node.html. Whenever you face an issue, just try to provide the data over here. Okay, here console.log all same works like our JavaScript, how console.log working, it will print you the response. Undefined. So data, the file is not able to read. So whatever the by using the first.read file, it is not able to read the home.html file. That's reason it is giving you the issue. Okay, that's reason it is giving you the issue. Let me see why it is not reading the file. So home.html. Got it. See here, it is trying to print the data. Buffer, some data is coming here. You can able to see the data. Let me see why it is not sliding. So why it is not here is the response dot end is not ending. See here, this is home page HTML. This server is handled. So as of now, normally when you go to the execution, you don't need to write this data, or what you can do is like response. You don't need to just end the function with empty data. And you have HTML correct. See here, I am just removing the console.log and write the data, and this is a HTML page. This is okay. See here, you can see the HTML file you have. And now see here, I'm not going to stop the server. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to add my H2. This is H2. This is server correct. Now, if you just execute this thing, you're not more stopping the server. You're not doing anything. The server is running, and whenever it is trying to do, it is trying to read the file and get the data and you print the out. And the request and response are handled perfect. Okay, like this you can able to read the file system, and even you have write the files by using request dot file system fs dot file. You can able to fs dot write file instead of read file. What you can do here is, okay, what you can do here is you can do fs dot read file, and you can do the read filing also. Okay, so here fs dot write file. Okay, by using this function you can able to write file out. Okay, this is the way how Node.js works and how file system works, and what is the use of read file and fs modules. Whenever it is a public port, I'm not getting your question. Yes, see, it may be public port, private port, everything. Your server is running. Whenever the data is modifying, you are trying to request that, you can get the request. So it is just a server. It is creating a server, and this you are going to do lot of operations in this server, and multiple users can request this and can able to give a response. Okay, got it. This is all about Node.js and Express.js. And in the next class, what we are going to see is we are going to see couple of things in Node.js. Okay, so how to do URL modules. Okay, how to do a URL. As of now, we have seen only home page. Correct. Every request is handling from the same URL, or you can append any URL. You can do multiple URLs, and then we can see couple of node modules, how to create a node modules and how to connect to the database, and then we will go to the React JS. Got it? So we will see in the next modules, we will see next sessions, we will be seeing the Node.js with URLs modules, and then Node.js we'll see the React, and then next finally we'll go to the data. Got it? Fine then. Have a great day. Good night. Yeah, good evening. We'll start our session. Okay. So yesterday's class we have seen, correct, what is a Node and Express. How can we create without any knowledge of any .NET, Java or other things? You don't need anything server-side programming language. By using JavaScript itself, we can create Node.js server and we can create database connections and do whatever the Java is doing by using the Express. Okay. Now, today we are going to see about React.js. First of all, what is React.js? Okay, we need to understand what is React.js. So React.js is not a framework. Okay, first understand clearly. React.js is not a framework. If you see Node.js, it is a framework to enhance features of JavaScript and make sure that works and creating a new framework called Node.js and Express.js. Now, coming to React.js, what is React.js? So simple example, I'll go to the any of the website. Let me go to the ndtv.com website or any of the website, or let's go to the Cricinco website for clear understanding. So everyone can able to see my screen, correct? See here, okay, there is some retro live or something, a match is going on. So normally what happens here, if you see cricinfo.com, what happens previously, there is no React Angular and all this stuff before around 10 years back. If you want to see this ASP.NET Cricinfo.com, if you open this website, what used to happen is like this website used to refresh every 1 minute. Okay, this website used to refresh every 1 minute, and you'll be able to see the latest code on the website, which is going on good. But what is the problem? The problem here is you are trying to load this web page. What you are trying to do? You are trying to load this web page every 1 minute. You are trying to remove whole page, and you are again constructing the whole page and displaying on the website. So when you're doing this one, are you looking, this is taking long time to refresh, maybe you're seeing a live score or something, you will be feeling like, okay, why this page is loading this much time, why this is doing that, like this we used to do. Okay, got it. So to overcome the situations, okay, to overcome the situations, came up with couple of frameworks and libraries. What is that? So that is called React.js. So let's go to the React.js and everything. So React.js is an open source library. So what we did with this React.js and couple of other frameworks, instead of loading whole website again, we are dividing this space into a separate component. Okay, we are dividing this part of this page into separate, and then instead of reloading the total page, we are just refreshing this content. What happened now? Your page won't load multiple times and UI won't be unresponsive or something. You can able to see your page clearly. Only this part, until unless you get an update, this part won't be refreshed. So like this, we can able to do lot of stuff coming to the React.js. Okay, like this, there are many frameworks came into picture. Now we are going to learn about React.js. So first of all, what is a React.js? React.js is an open source library developed by Facebook. Okay, and what it is going to do? It mainly concentrates on your UI. It won't do any server side, won't do any server programming or anything. It focus mainly on your UI, how the component has to be, how your page has to be deployed, how your page has to be come. Okay, and why this? Because this is having rich ecosystem where you can able to build a number of things. Okay, and as I said, this website, this React.js is built on mainly UI. It won't care about network calls. It won't care about any other things. Then how it is going to handle? So for this React.js develop some components for node modules for React.js by using those things, and even people are developing more than lakhs of node modules for React and Node.js. So those things you can get everything for free of use. If you go to the Git, you have a lot of modules, and you can able to do many things with React.js. And now you wanted to understand one more thing in React is what is the main uses of using React.js. So React.js won't create any UI on the HTML page directly. In React, we are going to have a virtual DOM. Okay, so what is this virtual DOM and what is the active? So whatever the page you are going to see, this is going to be DOM, document object model, and the whole website is going to be, whole page is going to be designed with DOM. And whenever React wanted to do something, it won't do on this actual website. It will do updates on the virtual DOM. Okay, so virtual DOM and normal UI, it will compare each and every time, and if whatever the data is changed, that only it will update. If the data is not changing, it won't update. So that makes your website more powerful, because if something is breaks, your UI will be there. Virtual DOM will check anything is breaking or not. If nothing is breaks, it will apply. If anything breaks, it won't apply. Okay, so that's reason React became much popular because of this virtual DOM, and you can do. And here by using React, so you can divide website into multiple components. If you have very big website, for this search box you can create one component. Okay, for this button you can create one component. For this links you can create one component. And then what we can do is you can define the component, and then you can reuse the components all over the website instead of just doing a page directly. Okay, so you can reduce the coding part, you can reduce the performance, so you can increase the performance by using the component, because all components already will be there, the code already is there, you're just using the code without adding new code. Okay, those things we will see one of this other. Okay, so what are the things we need to know about before learning React.js? Okay, we need to know mainly HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and ES6 concept. In this, mainly we need to learn about this keyword, functions, arrow functions, and let and const keywords, and couple of things. Okay, these are all the main things. We have seen the classes, functions, what are the difference, and everything we have seen. Okay, that's thing we need to know. Let's create a simple React.js project and see how it works in our application, in our local. So let me go to the okay, I have sample project, correct? So what I'm going to do here is I can create a React.js project by using sample project npx create React hyphen app project. It will create a project for you in your local machine. This is a simple React project with basic structure. Okay, let it create. So here if you see the commands install, npx is install, creating a new project, users, project, and installing the packages. This may take couple of minutes. So what it is trying to do in a basic React project, what are all the basic Node, basic JavaScript libraries needed? Those files it is downloading. See here, installing React DOM, document object model, installing React script, and CRA template. Few of the templates. So by using this one, it will download and install a React project in your system. And let's see. Let it create. We need to see a couple of things over here. See here, project has been downloaded and it is doing some couple of checks. So see here, this downloading dependencies. So React script, React DOM, all these packages has been downloaded. So if you want to see, go to the Finder. See here, we have a project. If you see here, we have a couple of things are downloaded. Yes, it follows the asynchronous features. Node modules, package.json, public, src. And if you see here, it's downloading. See here, a project has been downloaded. And here you need to understand a couple of commands over here. Here we suggest you that you begin by typing cd project. Okay, what is trying to tell? Go to the cd project. Go to the project folder. And then you can see a command called npm start. What is this npm start? And what is this npm run build? What is this npm start, npm test? Okay, what are all these commands? Let's go to our project. Let's go to our project. See here, once you go to your project, what are the things you are seeing here? You have package.json. Open this package.json. Okay, and see in this package.json what we are going to have. So if you see here, there are scripts in this package.json. Here you can see npm start, build, test, and exec. Okay, npm start, build, test, and exec. So there are a couple of things why we have these things. Okay, if you see here, start react script start. In this react, we are going to have a react script, and what it is going to do is here is by using this start, it will start your index.js file. So wherever you have written your application, see here app.js, this app.js will be start running, and it will give you the output. So it will start Node project automatically, and it will point out to the app.js directly. You don't need to do any much stuff like create a project, create a server. Don't need to do. It will automatically install, and it will give you the simple thing. You can directly start using. Okay. See here, there are two files. One is index.js, one is app.js. Okay. And then if you go to the public, there is a index.html. This is the index.html which is going to render on your page, and here you can see there is doc div id is root. Okay, let's go to this app.js. See here, there is a div called I app, and go to the index.js. See what is trying to do, react render. So it is trying to render app in that react component. Okay, it is going to render whatever the app you have created over here. This will, I'll go to the code once again. Okay, I'll go to the code. And what is the npm start command? Previously what we are doing, node.file name you are giving to start a project. As React is creating all the server and predefined things and everything, you don't need to worry about those things. And here you can, by using the npm start, it will start the server, and it will fetch the index.html page, and it will show you the output. Let's do npm start. See here, what is it? Starting, what is showing? Localhost 3000. In this localhost 3000, application is starting the development server. It is starting the server, and once you start, you can able to see the output. Let it start. And see here what you are seeing. Localhost is localhost 3000. It is the network. Is in the my network. It is the address I can able to access. If it is a public IP, it will give you a public IP, and you can access website from everywhere. And if you see the localhost, you can able to see edit app.js to save this reload. So here you can able to create your project. So what are all the folder structure a React.js is going to have? If you see, there are a couple of folders over here. One is the node modules, one is the public, one is the src, and there are a couple of files. README file is nothing but about this project, what you want to write. And package.json, what are all the packages you need? Everything you are mentioning about this project. And src folder, all the coding files, everything will be mentioned over here. And the public folder, there you can mention all the HTML files and view files. So what are the view files you want to mention, you can mention in the public folder. And src folder, you can able to make sure all the coding files. Okay, this is the thing. So here npm build. So what is this npm build? So you can't keep everything, node modules, all the things in the production. So you wanted, once you develop your project, you need to create a build and you need to take that build. So for this reason, we are going to use npm build, npm build. If you do a npm build, see what happens. See here, what is trying to do? See the left side and the project. Okay, so here it has created a build folder. Okay, in this build folder, actual HTML page and actual project you can able to see. These are all the things which are mainly used for development. So once you done with the development, you don't need to do everything. Okay, you don't need everything. Okay, so it will create a build folder for the production, means for the live. See here, service worker, and you can see index.html. You can execute this index.html and you can able to see the output. It won't open directly. Once it is in the production with the path, it will open. So what happens is like, these are all the files which are mainly used. See here, all the static files. What are all the files which are mainly used for the production to deploy the code in the live? This is only for the development. Okay, so in development you may having lot. Development you may have lot of files which are not needed. You can't keep each and everything in the server. Okay, let's see here. If you go to this folder, okay, production means live environment. See here, if you go to the project, try to see the size of this node modules. Get info. So it's calculating the size. Let's see what is the size of this project. Yes, production is the build folders will go to the actual live websites to execute. It's taking a long time. See, these are a lot of files. You can able to see a lot of folders and everything. These everything we don't need. Okay, we don't need all these files in the live. Mainly for the development purpose we are going to use. Okay, that's reason we don't need all this information. So build file will generate which are all the files which is needed for the live, which one going to see here how much space it is taking. Just for create one simple HTML page, it took 271 MB space. Okay, these are all the things we don't need in the live. So what are all the things we needed in the live, that only we are going to use. So that's reason we'll create the build, and this build we will deploy the server. Okay, that's and let's go to the other things. And there are a couple of things here. React test. why this React test? Okay, can you see here app.test.js? So what is this test files? So nowadays everyone using the testing frameworks. Why we need to use the testing framework? Simple example I'll tell you here. So you joined in a company and you got a project, new project. You are working on the project. You have developed half of the code, and you got a better opportunity. You are moving out of the company, and you will be moved out of the company after 2 months or 3 months once that is done. Now the question here: you have developed only half of the project. You know what is the in and outs of your code, what you have written, and if any issue comes, you know where issue may come, and you can able to fix easily. Now, suppose you left the company and new developer came into the system and is going to do new development. So at that time, what is going to happen? He don't know what the code you have written. Okay, he can modify something and it works perfectly. But what happens is like even you modify some person modify a code, it may be affect somewhere. Okay, that's reason what we are going to do here in the company, big company. So whenever a programmer is doing some code change, code things, so normally how we are testing, we are doing a manual testing previously, and you can able to do manual testing and go there and what is the input, what is the output, everything you are testing manually. But now what we are doing is like instead of doing this manual, we are going to automate it. So suppose you have written a simple function which will return even and odd numbers. Okay. So if you pass 2, it will give you even. If you pass 5, it will give you odd. Okay. Now, what happens? This code is there in the live. You left the company. So some other person came into picture and he wanted to add some more functionality. He added one more functionality. He made it as some prime numbers or some other thing. He made it. And because of the changes, maybe somewhere the program will affect. You know what are all the scenarios you created. New person know what are the scenarios is going to implement. So that's reason what we'll do is whatever the function, whatever the lines of code you are writing in your program, for those lines we are going to write the test cases. So if you write a function, what are all the possibilities you can do a testing? Suppose you have I told you even odd number. So we are going to test it. If you pass 2, it need to give even. If you pass 4, it need to give odd. If you pass 0, it need to give not applicable. If you are passing -1 or negative numbers, it need to give not applicable. If you pass a character, it need to give not applicable. These are all the test cases we are going to write in our for this simple function, and we will execute each and every time whenever the code modification is happened. If the test cases pass, that means your code is perfect. Even someone came and modified the code, he is going to add test cases so that anyone is coming into the system, he can able to understand what changes has done and he able to do the code changes. Okay, that's reason we are going to use this testing frame. Now let's go to the React one more. What is a component? Yeah, they said React, what we are doing, we are dividing the HTML page into multiple parts. Simple example, if you see this any website, they will divide this part into header, this is side menu, this is content, and this is the footer like this. Okay. So like this, we are going to divide the page into multiple things and we will write code only for that part, and in one page we can include all these component. So what we are going to do here, if you see the code here, how the code is divided. If you go to the app.js, okay, And then if we go to the index.js, what we are doing? In index.js, we are rendering a page. Here, what I am doing, I am adding an app component. I have divided the whole page into one component. And then what I am doing, I have written app.js as separate code block, and whenever I want, I am going to reuse it. Now see what I am going to do here. I am going to index.js, okay, React strict. I'll add one more here. Okay, let's try to execute this thing. It is loading the page. Is the development environment correct? It takes a lot of time to load. Not lot of time, 1-2 times it will take time. After that, it will be. See here, what happened? Previously, you can able to see only one, but now you can able to see two. So what we are trying to do, we are dividing page into multiple parts, and that parts whenever we want, we can include. Suppose if you don't need, we can just ignore it. See here, I have included the component two types. So what is a component is nothing but whatever the view you have to, whatever the view you wanted to create, that you are dividing into multiple parts, and each and every view you are creating a component, and whenever you want you can use it. If I remove this app.component one more time, and if I execute this one, you can able to see only one time. So index.page, now you know you can create multiple components, header component, footer component, like this you can create multiple things, and you can able to do those things. Okay, that is about component. And coming to this component, see here, now you have only one. It's not going to scroll down, and it's not going to see one more. So when we wanted to create these components in React, there are mainly two type of components in JavaScript. Those are going to be function components, and second one is class component. So what is the function and what is the class? So we are going to call them as a stateless and stateful components, that I'll come into picture after a few minutes. So what is this stateless and functional components is like? Those are just used to display static content. You can't modify. Suppose you wanted to create some dynamic content, and you wanted to pass some information from this component to other component, and you wanted to get some other data and display it over here, then we are going to use class components. Those are going to be state components, stateful components. Okay, I'll come to the state. When we come to the state, I'll explain you those things. Okay, we'll go to the states. That time I'll explain. So what is the function component? These function components are very simple components. Okay, just nothing but a normal function which will return some HTML code to build in this application. Okay, let's do that one. So I have my app.js correct. I am going to remove all this header information. Okay, I have just kept simple React. Now what I am going to do over here. Okay, so in SRC, as I said, all JavaScript folders I can keep in the, where I can keep? In the SRC folder. In the SRC folder I can keep. So now how can I keep this SRC? So I'm going to create a new component over here by using functional component. Okay, let's go to the SRC folder, and I'm going to create a folder components. this folder, and in this folder, what I am doing here is I am going to create a file that is called some data.js. You need to make it in the capslet. Better to write component names in the component. I have created a data.js file. Rename it. Okay. Now I am going to create a simple component. Okay. Now see here. I am creating a simple component, correct? For this, I need to import React, and then I need to import component from. So what I am doing here is I am going to import. There is a React library already presented. From this React library, what I am trying to do here is I am going to import some React feature and component to my this data.js. Okay, and then I am going to create a simple function component. So here you don't need to write component. When you are using class component, we can use the component here. Okay. As it is a static component, we don't need to do any modification. What I can do is I can write a simple function and hello. I can mention as data, and this function will return some UI. It has to return. Suppose you wanted to return some UI, what you can do is you can return some UI what you wanted to display. Okay, so I'm going to return. I'm just returning some sample, some text. This is header. Okay. Now, once you create this function has to be used in some other JavaScript file. Okay. So there, what I'm doing is I'm going to, for that, I'm going to export this component. Export. What I need to do? Previous class we have explained you. What I did, I told you we can export. What we can do? Export. We can use this JavaScript code in other engineering. Okay. Export. Export default, and I am going to export this data. So I have exported, correct? Now this component I need to include in my app.js. Okay. Now I am going to import this here in my component. I am going to show here. Import. From where I need to import? I need to import the component, correct? What is the component name? Data. So I'm going to import this component, means I'm going to get the data from the data component. Okay. From dot slash, where I have written in the components folder, I have written components slash, what is the file name? Data. See here, you don't need to write .js extension. It will automatically take .extension. And now what I'm going to do, I have created a data and I have imported in the app. Now I need to, what I need to do? Now I need to import this component. Okay, I have imported and I need to display the component. To display the component, we are going to have a simple structure, same like HTML element. You can write the component name inside the curly brace, inside the less than and greater than symbol. So now I have created a data dot file and I have created a header and I have included in the app.js file and I am going to execute it. So now the header component is created. See here, this is header. Now suppose this same header, I have created multiple pages in my website. I have around 100 pages. So in the 100 pages, I need to display the header. At that time, what I can do is, I don't need to write the code for each and everything all the time. Wherever I need, I can just import this component. Suppose in this page only, I have importing this component multiple times. And if you see here, multiple times, you can able to see the output. Okay, got it. So this is the way you can able to create a component that is called function component. This is just like a static content. Okay, it's just like a static content you are creating by using the functional component, and you can able to get the data onto the website. Okay, so like this you can create a number of components and you can fill up the page with a good design. Okay, this is all about functional component. As I said, these functional components are static components. You can't do any modification in this component. You can just display some static content. We are going to use the functional components. Then what is functional class components? Class components are nothing but mainly used to create class components to modify some information on the page. Okay, to modify some information on the page. So first let's create a simple class component here and let's import it, and we'll go and see how we can get some data and displayed over the what we can say on the class component. Okay, first let me create a simple class component. So let me create a class component here. I'm going to create, this is functional correct. Body.js. Okay, I'm going to create a class component. I'm going to import React, and here I'm going to import component because this is a class component. And then what I'm doing, I'm creating a class body extends React component. So what is this extends? Okay, so you are going to create a class component where you need to modify some data, you need to do a lot of stuff. Static components are function, you don't need to do anything, you just need to create some HTML view and you need to display. So you don't need to do anything. But in class component, you need to do many things, you need to modify data, you need to add data, you need to delete data, you need to store some information, all the information. Okay, so that's reason you can do that. That's reason you are going to create a class component, and all these features are going to available in the React. So we need to get all those features correct. That's reason I'm going to extend this component. So if you see in Java and other programming languages, there is a concept called inheritance. Okay, so what is the concept of inheritance? Child is acquiring all the properties of parent. Okay, that called inheritance. So here for this, we are going to use inheritance by using the extend. So this body component, whichever I am going to create, will get all the features available in a component in React. So React, what are the features giving for component like state management, all these managements, dynamic content, all the features will be available for body. Now, so this class need to give an output. So React having this component structure is built with a function, predefined function that is called render of. So this render of function will give you the output in the HTML page, or this render of will execute everything, and this here all the view will be there, and this will return the view. So I'm going to give return, and I'm going to provide h1 text here. This is body. Okay, and then what I'm doing, I'm exporting this class component, export default body. Now I'm going to import this inside the app.js file. Import body from component slash body. And now I am adding a body component. If I execute, what you are seeing, this is header and this is body. And now if you want to add multiple times, you can create again multiple times added, and you can able to see the data. Okay, this is the concept about functional. Okay, so what is the difference between functional and class components? Functional components are simple functions. Simple functions, and these are all the static. We don't need to do anything, and these are without any state. You don't need to store any state, and you don't need to modify anything. These are mainly responsible for displaying some static content on the HTML. They don't have any state. What is the class components? These are having some data stored inside the component, and you can write some logic how the UI has to be deployed, and there are states we can manage, and we can send them information to the class components from one component to other component. Means when you submit the data from one page to other page, how it is handling, it is receiving. Same way, components also can get some data from one component to other component. Okay, those things we are going to see. So before going to see this one, we need to see what are all the features a class component is going to have. Okay, a React class component can have a property and states. There are two things in React class component. So functional components, we are not going to have any. In React class components, we are going to have properties and states. So what is the meaning of property and what is the meaning of state? Okay, so we'll go and see what is the meaning of property. So properties are nothing but data which is transferred from one component to other component. Okay, data which is passed from other component. Okay, so how the properties also available inside the functional components, but those are not available in the properties are available in the functional components and class component, but states are not available in the functional components. Let's see here, I have a data correct. So instead of writing this data in normal function, I'll write a ES6 function. Data equal to props. Okay, so I'll show you the thing. So what it is going to take is this properties is the data which is transferred from the which we can transfer from the app.js to data. So let's see how can I do this thing. Give me 1 minute. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here is return h1. This is header logged in, and I'm going to get some information. So how can we get information from here to here? From app component to data component, how can we send information there to here? You can just add how we are adding in the HTML properties. Same like this, you can add name equal to Nanda. So I am adding some attribute, and this attribute I can receive by using the props. So props dot name. If I execute, give me 1 minute. Give me 2 minutes, please. Guys, give me 2 minutes, please. Sorry guys, sorry. Okay. So I'm going to send some information from app.js to data.js. So I have a parent component. From this parent component, I wanted to send some data from parent component to child component. So that's reason I have used props. Okay, so what is the output it is showing? What is showing unexpected semicolon where I have provided unexpected semicolon. Unexpected, okay, expected. Oh, 37, 37. Sorry. Okay, let's execute this one. See here, I can able to see my name. So what is happening? I can able to pass some data between parent component to child component or between two components. Okay, that we can do it over. Okay, this is the way we can use the properties. So which can be send a data is like a data transfers. So if you want to do transfer some data, we can use this properties. And same thing we can do in the class components also. Okay, so as of now we have did in this correct. So even we can do in the class component also. So how can we get in the class component? Same way how we are doing in the component here, same way we can do it. But there in the class component, you don't need to write anything. Okay. So I am passing name correct. So for this also I will pass the name. So in the class component, we can directly use them. You don't need to use the properties. The properties will be automatically available in the class component. I can just provide here this dot props dot name. See here also you can see that. And why I am adding this over here? Let me remove these things. If I execute, see here, you are seeing an error. So what happens is whenever you pass the information, from app.js to body.js, this information available in this component. Okay, this information available in this component. But in this render method, that need to access. That's reason we are going to use here. We can provide props. See here, you are seeing an issue. So here the name is not undefined. Okay, so now this dot prop, so that this dot props dot name in this component, this keyword is having all the data. From that, this it is going to take all the information and it will be displayed on the page. Okay, that is about properties. And next thing is states. What is states? Okay, suppose you wanted to take some information from this component and you need to pass information to other component. Okay, so first of all, what is the difference between states and props? So properties are passed to a component. From other component to this component, we can pass the component. And we can use functional parameters, we can pass in functional, you can class in classes, everywhere we can do it. And what is state? State is the memory, or state is the data which is maintained inside the component. It is not taking from other, it not taking, we can just transfer from here to there. But if you want to have some data that we can able to keep inside the component, you can store some information inside the component. Even if you want to change the data, we can change this data. Okay, so let's see how can we do this states. Okay, suppose if we have, so this states is handled by using React classes, but recently the state concept is achieved by using the React functional components, also by using the React hooks. But let's see how the states we are going to manage. Okay, so to manage the states inside a class component, we are going to use a method that is called constructor. Okay, a method that is called constructor. So constructor is a method I already told about in constructor in ES6. So what is a constructor? Constructor will be called as soon as a object is initialized, as soon as a class object is initialized. Okay, a class object is initialized. So let's start a constructor. So here I am going to write a function called superoff. So what is this superoff method? Superoff method initializes, okay, superoff method initializes all the constructors which are available in the component parent component. Okay, so we are taking all the things from the component, correct? From this component, what are all the constructors inside this? This will be getting and executed. Okay, and now, so to manage the state, we are going to have this dot state. So we are going to store state information in this dot state. So this is an object which contains key and value pair. I am going to provide username equal to Kishore. Okay, now I can display username. My user name is this dot state dot user name. If I execute this thing, you can see this is body name Nanda, my username is Kishore. Now this is fine. So how can we manage the states between here and there? Okay, how can I manage states between this thing? So now what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to create a input box. And here one more thing you need to understand. So whenever you are going to return in a class component or function component, you need to return only one HTML. Okay, you need to return only one HTML. So here you need to return only one div. You should not write like div and one more div like this. You should not pass. You need to pass only one parent component HTML code. So I'm going to add a input type text. Okay, let's execute what you can see. When you are returning multiple lines, you need to give braces. Terminated. I can able to see. I'm going to provide one input. Okay. So the error is coming because of you have not ended the tag. You need to make sure you are writing the code with starting and ending tags perfectly. If multiple endings, you need to, if the tag is don't have ending, you need to give the slash symbol. Okay. You can write multiple divs inside. It has to be only one parent when you are sending. You can write one more div if you want to write one more div over here. But you should not write after, you can't return multiple. You have to return only one HTML block, and inside that one you can do whatever you wanted to do. Okay. Now, what I am going to do here, see, on, I'll do one thing. Instead of input, I'll create a button. Type button on click. So on click, what I'm going to do, I'll show you. Okay, I have input. Now I have a input button. I have not written any function. Let me remove it. So you can do a click over here. Now what I'm doing here, as soon as I click on this button or if I enter some input, I will change the state, and I'll change the state and display some information. So what I'm doing here is on click off, I'm going to call some ES6 function over here. So I'm going to call a function over here. What function is like this dot? So whatever the functions you are writing over here, you can call by using this dot. And what is the function name? I'm going to change name function. I'm going to write. I'm going to pass the, if you want, I can pass the value also. If you want to pass your name, you can pass the name also. So what I'm going to do here is, okay, I'm going to change the state value inside this thing. So I'm going to call the change name, and in this change name, what I'm going to do here is, I'm writing a user defined function over here. What I'm doing here, this dot set state. So this dot state function is a function which changes the state values, which is going to change the state values. So I have previously username is Kishore, correct? Now what I'm going to do is username I'm going to change it to Nanda. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm going to create a dynamic page over here. I'm not previously functional components. We are just doing a static. Now what we are doing, we are creating a functional component. Sorry, we are going to create a dynamic components by using the classes where you can able to enter some information, store some information, and you can able to, after this, if you want to pass, we can pass from one place to another. So let's execute this one. See here, my name is Nanda and username is Kishore. Let me click on this one. See what happened? Page didn't refresh. Okay, page didn't refresh. Without refresh, what is going to happen here is, okay, what is going to happen here is, as soon as you click on this function, what happens is like, this component is going to have a life cycle. Okay, so what happens is like, I'll tell about life cycles in of next class, but here you need to give the basic info. So what happens in this on click is, so it is going to call a function change name. Okay, so it will call the change name function. Once change name function called, what is happening? This is modifying the state. So if you're using Mac something, so if you're using Mac or Linux environments, so we can install Brew in our laptops. Okay, so this homebrew will help you to download softwares automatically instead of we are downloading in the Linux and Mac machines. It's not available in the Windows. Okay, it's not available in the Windows. Okay, what happens is like it just installs the software which is the latest version available in your in the network so that you don't need to download explicitly the package and install it and do everything. Okay, got it. So that one we can use it. And now next thing, let me go to more command prompt meanwhile. Meanwhile, let it download. Okay, so let it install meanwhile. So why we need this one is like whenever we are doing installations and whenever we are trying to download any version. So normally we can create Node applications both in Windows, Mac, and everywhere we can create. That is a plus point. But if you go to the companies, big companies, they'll use only Mac to get the good support of the Node. Okay. Now let me create a project cd. So I'm going to create a project cd sample project. Okay, now my brew is getting installed. It is fitting finished. Give me 2 minutes. So Windows we have to download it. Okay, Windows we have to download. We don't have brew in Windows, but what we can do is like in Windows you need to install git command prompt. Okay, so what you need to do is go to git. Okay, so download this git command prompt and you can able to do this stuff. So you need to download this git command prompt. So it will give you a bash how you can able to see here. Same like this it will give, and you can able to do npm install and everything clearly without any issues. Okay, that we can do. In a few minutes, let it finish downloading. It's downloading. So here in the command prompt, whenever you wanted to see the node versions, okay, you need to give node-v, which will give you the which version of node you are using, and npm-v, which will give you the npm which you are using. So what is the difference? Node is the node server, what we are using. npm is the node package manager. So if you're not using the latest one, or if you're not using the specified one, it tries to take the old versions of the node modules and everything. Maybe suppose if you're trying to install Express, if you're trying to install any software, then it will give you the old versions. So that's reason we need to keep up to date. Okay. So I wanted to show you in this class. That's reason I want to install myself before coming to the class. But the problem is I want to show you how these things work, and you can able to use them once you are doing this thing. So when you, if you want to, what you can do is the best thing to develop a node project is create a VM machine in your Windows laptop. So what we can do is you can create a VM machine and install Ubuntu or Linux in that system, and then you can create node projects. So there you can able to develop code very, means like there it is like you can able to download all type of node modules easily. Okay, that you can do it, and even you can install iOS also in the VM machines. There is no issue. Give me a few minutes, it's getting downloaded. I didn't get you. What to do? Can you come again? So you can download VMware software you can download, and there you can install a iOS or Linux or some other uh, operating systems in your laptop itself. That you can do it, so that you can whenever you open that VM machine, that time only you can do. Yeah, this React Native, why you are installing React Native? You don't need React Native. So regarding React, we'll see in the tomorrow's class. So how to install React project and basic commands we'll see in the tomorrow's class in React. So today what we are seeing is we are seeing the APIs in Node.js and Express.js. Okay, now Brew is installed. Brew, install NVM. So now I'm installing a software that is called NVM. Okay, this is called Node Version Manager. So what is the use of Node Version Manager? So the main use of node version manager is, okay, wait, you need to configure this profile. See here, previously what happened, I am getting an error. So what is this NVM? So NVM is the called node version manager. Suppose you are trying to use different versions of node in your laptop. See, whenever you are developing multiple projects in your system, your node versions may be upgrading one after other, one after other. Okay. Uh, at that time, what happens is like you need to work on different project with different node versions. So at that time, what happens is like every time you need to uninstall the node version and again install the node version back again. To overcome the situation, what we are going to use here is we are going to use NVM. Okay, NVM is the node version manager which is used to install n number of node versions in your laptop. NVM install 10.15.3. See here what is happening. Now my laptop is downloading a node version that is called 10.15.3. So once it is installed, you can able to see the node version. Previously, what is my node version? My node version is around 0.10.31. This is one of very old node version. Okay. Now let's see. If I provide nvm npm-v, see my, sorry, node-v. See my, what is the node version here? Once I updated my node version, it is 10.15.3. If you see my node old version, what is this one? Okay, it is 0.10.30. So this is the reason I have not installed before the class. I want to show you how to switch between multiple nodes. So now you can see node nvm list. If you see what are,
Yeah, now we can see your screen, sir.
okay. So arithmetic operators will be plus minus all these things, and some of more operators will be equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, so that whatever the left hand side operator will be combined with right side operator and it will give you the output. So a equal to 10 and b equal to plus equal to a, it means b equal to b plus a. So like this we are going to have. Okay, let's move to the actual programming language of functional, sorry, we'll go to the functional next. Oh, conditional operators. So what is a conditional operator? So you have some set of statements. These statements need to be happen only some work is there, some action is accomplished. At that time we are going to have this conditional statements. Okay, simple examples we'll see. I need to print a number. I need to print it is a true. So I have a number. Okay, example, I have data equal to 50. Okay, data equal to 50. If the data equal to 50, I need to write a small program saying that I need to find this number 50 is even number or not. Okay, even number. If it is even number, I need to print. If not, I don't need to do anything. So what I'll do, if data percentage dividend operator 2 equal to 0, okay, then I need to print document dot write off data is even number. Okay, it has to print it is a even number or not. If I execute this thing, 50 is even number. Suppose my data is 51. Example, my data is 51. If I execute this thing, I'm not getting it. So what is happening here? Based on some condition, we need to analyze that statement or couple of lines of statements need to execute or not. So we are controlling the flow of execution. Okay, we are trying to control the flow. Here what flow we are controlling? We, as any program language, what I told, we are having a line by line execution. So when we have line by line execution, what is happening here? So I need to execute first 16th line, and then I need to go for 17th, I need to go to 18th, and I need to go to 19th. So what is happening? I'm trying to control my execution flow. What is happening? If it comes to 18th line till 18th, it is executing perfectly. After 18th line, what is happening? It is trying to check the condition is true or not. If the condition is true, what are the statements of lines in a block? So here we are going to write blocks in curly braces starting and ending. So whenever you have curly braces starting and ending, this we are going to call it as a block. Okay, as of now I have only one line, so I don't need to write curly braces. Okay, because it will treat this one next line as a block. Suppose if you have multiple lines, then you need to use curly braces. Suppose if you are not using the curly braces, then this program, this 18th line, don't know how many lines you are trying to check. So it will by defaultly take first line of as a statement execution. Okay, it will take only first line. Second line onwards, it will treat it, okay, it's not mine, so I won't execute. Like this, it will. So second line onwards, it will treat like this is not related to the condition. Let me execute the number of lines. Okay, let's see an example by writing simple one line of code over there, and we will see. Okay. So what I'm writing is document dot write I have written simple statement. See here, whenever I'm writing a JavaScript, like other programming language, I don't need to write the semicolon here. Okay, if you can write, means it's not like you should not write. You have to write, but we have a flexibility. That's it. It's not like I should not write or something. It makes you the flexibility. Okay, so if I execute this thing, what is happening? Execute is happening. Even it is 50 also, what happens? This line will execute, this line will execute. So if you're not providing any curly braces, it will take only the one line as a condition. So if you want to make this one as a block, you need to provide the block and make sure this will perfectly fit. Now it is printing. Suppose if it is 51, nothing is printed. So this is going to be a simple if statement. So what we're trying to tell, if the condition is true, then only a block of statement need to execute. If not, don't execute that block, go to the next line. So where it is going? it is going to the 21st line, it is going to 22nd line, and it is executing as per the normal. Okay, this is a simple if statement. So the next one is if else statement. So now I have statement, it is called if it is true. If it is even, I am printing. If it is not even means automatically it will fall under odd number. So if you want to add a statement in the false, if you want to display some data or some lines of execution, even it is a false. Okay, even the condition is false. Then what we can do? We can write else block. If writing the else block, it is trying to tell yes, I have a if block. If the condition is true, actual set of programs, actual set of first block will execute. But if the condition is false, whatever the block you are writing for else, it will execute. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write same type of code here, and data is odd number. If I execute this thing, you can see 51 is odd number, execute. If it is 50, 50 is an even number. So it's nothing but we are trying to control. Previously, we are trying to control only some set of lines based on the condition true. But here in if else statement, we are trying to control statements of execution by success case and failure case, or true case or false case. If the condition is true, it is executing couple of statements. If the condition is false, we are executing couple of statements. Okay, this is the thing. You got it? What is the if and if else statement? Any questions here? If and conditional statements? If no questions, I'll go to the next thing. So document.write knows wherever it started executing on the web page, there itself it executes. Okay. That's what I'm telling. See, JavaScript is a flexible language. Even you are writing semicolon or not writing semicolon, no worries. Okay, but you need to make a practice saying that write a semicolon. And why we need to write a semicolon in JavaScript, even we don't have a habit. Okay, suppose if you want to execute them in the same line, if you're writing multi lines of statements in single line, JavaScript. So here I need to give a simple example here. If you're giving a new line or new space, it need to store in the database. Sorry, it need to store in the memory. So it need to store a new line in the memory, which is trying to occupy some lines of code. Okay, that's reason what happens is like this program is not executing in the server. This program is executing in the client side. Means when you enter some URL, data is downloading to your machine. Okay, so suppose if your JavaScript program, so you are having any Google website, any website, if you say any website, you play Facebook, Google or something, if you execute, it will download lot of JavaScript files. So lot of JavaScript file means if you're trying to enter new line, again it will be taking some space. So we want to avoid those things. So to make sure minified versions, normally we'll write couple of statements in the single lines in JavaScript. Okay, that's the reason we are going to use single line. Even 10 lines we can write in single line and we can execute. Okay, that's the reason it's not mandatory. You can do in single line or multi-line. Okay, this concept I'll come and I'll explain you one more time in when you are seeing about basic concepts of jQuery. Yes, jQuery file.min.js means in min.js file, normally what people will do is they will try to remove all the spaces, new lines, unnecessary data, unnecessary commenting of lines and everything. They'll remove it and they'll make it as a maximum of 10 to 15 lines of code, but each and every line goes more than 20,000, 30,000 letters. But if you see the normal file, everything you're writing in a clean structure, okay, so that any user want to understand, he can understand the code easily. But as we are giving it to the client don't need to understand the code. What they need to see if it is executing or not. That's only correct. As a user, what we'll see output. Something is coming or not. Okay, that is reason. And the next thing. So we have seen if and if else statements. So if is like execute couple of statements if the condition is true. Else is like execute couple of statements if the condition is true as well as condition is false. Okay, condition is true and condition is false. Got it? And the next statement is else if ladder. Else if ladder. So what is else if ladder? So else if ladder is nothing but it's just like a if else statement, but we can do chaining over here. We can do if else like a chain. Got it? The concept of chain. If condition is true, execute. It will go to the else. Again, else we'll check for one more condition. If that condition is true, we'll execute. If not, we'll go for else. So we can do if and else in multiple times. If else statement multiple times. We'll try to do it here itself. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to check if data equal to data percentage 2 is even or odd. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to see if the data is 0 or not. Okay, if the data is 0 or not. So that's the reason what I'm trying to do here is if data equal to 0. What I'm trying to tell here, document dot write. So even and odd cases is not applicable. Okay, got it. And again, what I'm trying to do here is here I'm doing one more thing. So if you see here, what happens if data is 0, not applicable. Again, we are trying to do one more statement. So at that time, you will see all these things. Okay, if I execute this thing, as of now you're not seeing anything, but let execute by providing 0. Let execute by making us 0. So if you see here, you will get not applicable as well as 0 is an even number. But I don't want to tell to the user 0 is a even number or odd number. So how can I achieve this scenario? By using else if ladder, we can able to achieve, as well as if the number is negative below 0. So how can I make sure these things are not happening? So that time I need to do multiple if else checks over here. So that's reason what I'm doing here is I'm going to write a else block, and in this else block again I'm trying to check any other condition is applicable. And what I'm trying to check, if data less than 0, I'm going to write document dot write not applicable. And then finally what I'm trying to do, else if data percentage equal to 0, then it is a even number. Else it is a odd number. So what I'm trying to do over here, I'm trying to do here multiple checks, and if one check is passed, I need to move out of the everything. I need to go for the next execution phase. If anywhere the condition is not true, we need to go for last statement, and we need to make sure that this is the last case, and we need to go out of the loop. See here, when I'm providing data equal to 0, document dot write not applicable. If I execute here, you are seeing only not applicable. Previously we are trying to support data, but now it's not applicable. Why? Because if you see here, if data equal to true and data equal to 0, so this true statement is executed. So when it is a else if ladder, okay, else if ladder, what happens is like once one condition is true, okay, immediately it will be move out of total else if ladder. Okay, so here this is the total else if ladder. In this we are having 1 2 3 if conditions, but at any point of time one condition is true, then it will be move out of the else if ladder. So that's reason data equal to 0 is true. So even if there is no data percentage true equal to 0, it will come as 0. But what is happening, as soon as one condition is true, that block will execute, and once it execute, it will be moved of the total else if ladder. So that's reason we are directly come to 26th line. You got it? This is the else if ladder. So if I provide as -1, if I execute here, see here not applicable, or else applicable as its to number. So if I execute here, see here not applicable as it's a negative number. Suppose if it is a 0, not applicable, it is a 0. The next statements are executing. No, it's not executing because my condition is true and I am completing executing my block of statement, so that it will move out of the total else if ladder. It will come to the 26th line directly after the else. Suppose if all these conditions are not true, I'm going to provide as data as 5. So what happens? First data is checking, is 0, false. So it is coming to the else block. And again it is checking, data is less than 0, false. It is coming to else block. And again it is checking, data percentage 2. Is it true? No, false. That is it is coming to the else block. And then it is printing this final line. Got it? Got it? Yes, if you are using less than or equal to, you don't need to check twice. But what I'm trying to do is like, I'm trying to explain the logic. I'm not trying to explain. We can use some other cases also here. Okay. We can use else 0 also, but what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to explain total else if ladder in a clear structure. How many like this, how many if else statements we can keep. So the thing is like, people won't prefer to write multiple else if ladders. Do you know why? Any coders don't try to use else if ladders continuously. They won't use much because your execution time will be very less here. Okay, why means suppose you have written around 100 else if, what happens? What happens? Suppose if the condition is not applicable total 100 cases, so it will try to check total 100 conditions and then it will come to the 100 position, 100 condition, which is false. So it is trying to check 99 probabilities and 99 probabilities are false. Then it will go to the final. So it is trying to take long time. So that's it. So, and then you'll get a question, sir, I'm executing in my client machine. As of now, I can use it. See, it may be executing in a client machine or server or something. Execution time is execution time itself. Okay, execution time is execution time. But thing is like, we want to reduce the execution time. So that reason we'll try to reduce this concept. We'll try to reduce this concept and we need to write it. That's the reason we are going to use nested if else statement. So what we can do is in the if statement, you can write if else one more time. If else statement, you can write else one more time. So like this, we can do lot of stuff. Okay, by using the nested if. Nested if means we can write inside the if condition itself, we can write one more if condition. This condition, you can write one more if condition if you want, if you really need it. Or you can write one more else also here. Suppose again you wanted to write one more, what you can do, you can write one more if condition over here. So it's trying to nest the if else condition. So this way we can reduce, in this 100 probabilities, we can reduce to 10 to 15 probabilities based on the actual requirement, based on the actual thing what we are doing. Okay, this is the statements of if else ladder and nested if else. Okay, and the next thing is, the final thing is switch. So switch is like simply, it is case wise thing. So once you got the output values, based on the output values, we can write whatever data you wanted to do, whatever the conditions you wanted to do. Example, Monday. So here what I'm trying, instead of writing in new line, I'm trying to write in the same line itself. See here, I'm having a data over here. Data is 0 or 1. If you execute, it is coming as Monday. If the data is 2, it is Wednesday. So what it is trying to do here is, it is trying to check for the, it is like a else if ladder. Simply to say, it is also like else if ladder. It will check the condition here, and based on the output is a 0, it will print Monday. If the output is 1, it will print out Tuesday. It will means it will execute the condition. it will execute only one condition. It don't have multiple conditions. So in the previous examples, what we have seen, we have 0, we are checking data is 0, we are checking data is 1, we are checking data is then other things are there. So here we'll be having only one condition. If the based on the condition, if you have to verify multiple values, then we are going to use this switch statement. Once the execution is completed, based on the output we are getting, based on the output what we need to execute, then we are going to use this switch. So what is the difference between switch and else if ladder? So switch is like only one execution, one condition and checking multiple outputs. But else if ladder is multiple statements, multiple conditions checks and need to execute. That I'll tell you. So how to get the input of the user is like, so that actions I have not yet started. We are going to see the actions in the next class. I'll tell you the action. There are some actions. We need to go through the all actions that we need a whole session. We can't just give 1 or 2 examples. So the defaults is nothing but here. If all these cases, if the condition is applicable, if the condition is executed, you got the output. If we have multiple cases, means multiple equality checks we are doing. If all these equality checks are not passed, by default it will go to this one and it will execute. Suppose I am going to provide as some number over here. If I execute this thing, default, because as all my conditions, as my condition is executed and it is trying to check a equality, there is no equality over the cases. That's reason I am moving out of this equality and I'm coming to where I am coming to. I am coming to default statement and we are providing the, okay. This is all about conditional statements. So these statements are very important. See, whenever you are writing a statement, analyze it. It's just not like, yeah, I'm going to use this statement. Try to analyze it. Try to see, I can write, or I can write a else if ladder, or I can write only if condition or only if else condition. So based on this depends upon our thinking. Suppose if you have some condition, if you have to achieve something, we need to follow something. So that thinking has to come from us. No one will guide you on that. We need to think about it. Okay. And the next statement. So now these are all the conditional statements. What are all those? If else if ladder, nested else, nested if else, and then switch statements. Okay. And the next important concepts what we are going to do over here is while loop, do while loop, and for loop. So first we'll go to the while loop. Okay, this is a syntax for any while loop. So what we are trying to do over here, previously we are trying to do a if else statement. So there is a similarity here. What is the similarity? For the if and while loop, there is one similarity here. What is the similarity? So here if the condition is true in the if statement, okay, if the condition is true, then this block will execute. While also same thing. If the condition is true, this block will execute. After this, execution won't go to the 17th line. If it is a if condition, execution will go to the 21st line, will go to the 22nd line, and it will execute line by line. Got it? But coming to the while loop, it is not the case. What is that case? If the condition is true, it will execute this statement. Fine, which is good. Going on. Now what is next? What is next is
if the condition is true, it will execute the block of statement. Again, it will go to the 14th line. It won't go to the 17th line. So it will take a loop. It tries to execute the condition again. Okay, it try to execute the statement again. If the statement is true, okay, if the statement is true, again the block of statement will execute. And once the block of statement is executed, again it will go and check. Okay, again go and check if the condition is true. If the condition is true, again block of statement will execute. Okay, it's going to be a loop. So what it is trying to do is, until unless condition is false, that blocks will execute repeatedly. Okay, that block will execute repeatedly. I'll tell you the concept. I am going to explain that with the example. I'm going to explain that with example, and here I want to show one more concept over here. Okay, I'll show you. See, simple example I'm showing here. I'm going to print 1 to 100 numbers. Okay, I'm going to print 1 to 100 numbers. So I have where I equal to 1 equals 0. Okay, I equal to 0. Now what I'm trying to do here is, I'm going to check I value less than 100. If I value is less than 100, what I'm trying to do? Document.write of I. Okay, and also I'm trying to print console dot. It will be in the console. I. See here, this is the tricky part of our JavaScript. This is going to be a tricky part in JavaScript. What is that? We'll see. Let's go to the execution. See here, this is the actual output. Now I'm going to refresh this page. See here what happened. The program is executing. It's not loading. It is executing continuously. It is executing continuously. I'll show you one more clear example here. Okay, let me execute one more time. Oh, before executing, I need to modify this one. Before executing, I need to modify this one. If the same thing, it won't execute. Let me execute one more time. See here, you are seeing the output. Okay, what I'm trying to do here is, I'm going to the inspect. I'm going to the console. Now, let me execute this program again. If I execute this program, see what is happening. Can you see in the console what is happening? Here you can see what is happening. See here, when I'm clicking on see here, how many lines it is trying to print n number of times. Okay, the program execution is blocked over there. The program execution is blocked over there. See here, it is going to 58,000. It is continuously executing. It is continuously executing. There is no end for this while. There is no end for this file. It will go to the infinite loop, and as well as your program, JavaScript program is blocked. Your application is blocked. You can't see any output. Can you see any output over here? If it is in any other programming languages, it will try to see a couple of times and it will halt the execution. But JavaScript, it is a client side. It's your own mission. There you are trying to execute everything. it is going to be infinite loop. After some time it will go to the stack overflow. So regarding the stack overflow, I'll come to the next class. What is that? I'll show you. So browser won't detect this issue. Browser won't detect this issue. There is a issue called stack overflow issue that comes when we are working with functions, all those things. That I'll show you. See here, it is going to 1,67,000. It's like an indefinite loop. That's reason whenever we are writing your programs, we need to see how many times it need to execute, when it need to break the loop. So until unless the condition is true, while loop I told, until unless condition is true, the block of statement will repeatedly executing. Whenever the condition is false, then it will move out of the execution loop. So I'm closing this one. See here, it is struck. Here my browser is just totally struck. So these type of issues you may be facing. Pages will be irresponsive. Sometimes you have faced this type of issues in your any time. See here, I have execute. So what is the problem here? I have a condition. I'm checking for the condition. If the condition is true, then execute the block of statement. But the condition is true always, because once the condition is true, again it will execute the block of statement, and again it will try to check the condition. Again the condition is true. It is going on indefinite loop. So we don't need to use break here. So when we need to use break, if you write a condition, we can write a break over here. Okay. Again, in that case, you can write here. So what I'm trying to do here is, I am trying to increase my I value. So what I'm trying to do, I'm taking the I value, okay, and I'm checking I less than equal to 100. Is it true? Yes, it is true. Printing I value and console.log of I value printed. After this one, what I'm trying to do, I'm increasing I value by 1. Now what is the I value? I value is 1. It will execute the statement again. Again, it will check I value became 2. So now if you execute this program, see here, you got 1 to 100 numbers, and 1 to 100 numbers are fixed, 1 to 99 numbers are fixed. So why it is 99 here? I am checking I less than 100 or not. 100 less than 100, is it true? No, both are equal. It is false. That's reason this statement became false. Okay, that's reason we are coming to the 21st line. Got it? This is the while loop. If you want, you can use the breaks also. So how to use breaks? You need to write one more statement here. Again, you need to write one more if block, or you need to check if I equal to 100 or something, and then you need to break it. Instead of this one, we are going to use while. This is the main use of while statement. It is trying to check condition is true. If the condition is true, it will execute. If not, no need to execute. So console.log is nothing but I have told you already. So if you want to console some data, if you want to see the output, not in the browser, as a developer point of view, you wanted to see some data in the console of any browser, then we are going to use console. If you see here, inspect, if you go console, you can see all the data 0, 1, 2, 3. Console is nothing but to print some data for execution point of view, or for the developer point of view, to see where it is blocked, why it is not working, those things. So this is going to be console. So to print some data in the, so that's the reason you can see here console. So we are trying to print in console with the logging. So this is mainly for logging purpose, logging data in the console. So this is the if else statement. So you need to write document.write of break. We don't have document.write-ln or something. Document write of. Okay. So what is happening here? See here, if you provide /n, okay, I'll show you the output. It will give you only as a tab. Okay. So we don't have echo in JavaScript. Okay, we don't have any echo in JavaScript. Okay, we don't have any echo. Echo is a PHP. Okay, echo is a PHP code. We won't use echo in JavaScript. So we need to use breaks only. So this is the while loop. Okay, next thing, do while. What is the do while? So do while loop is nothing but just a while loop with some additional feature. With an additional feature. Okay, the additional feature. So what we're trying to do here is additional feature. Additional feature is what? It won't check the condition. It will first execute the statements and then it will check for the condition. If the condition is true, it will execute again. Okay, like that. Simple example I'll do here. I am printing as a 99. My data is 99. If I execute this thing, or else I'll make it as 100. If I execute this thing, you can't see any output because there is no 100 less than 100 is true, false. It is executing, it is not executing the statement, it is going to the 22nd line. So by using the do while loop, we can execute statements without any condition. And then once the execution is completed, it will check for the condition. It is true or not. If it is true, then only it will go to the execute the block of statement. If it is false, it will come. Okay, I'll show you here. Do while won't check the condition first. While only will check the condition first. Do while. If I execute here, see what happens. It is printing 100. It is printing 100. Why? Because even my condition is false. Why it is printing 100? Because I told you correct. Do while loop will execute this block of statements first. Okay, it executed I value is 100 and it is printing console.log of value I value is 100. Good. Everything is good. Printed. Then it is coming to while. So what is the I value now? At the end of this loop, I value became 101. 101 is less than 100. False. Correct. That's reason it will come to the execution of 28nd line. Okay, so the difference between while and do while is same, except while loop will check the condition and it will go to the execution of block of statements. Do while will check the will execute the code first. Do while loop will execute the code first, and then it will check the condition. Okay, and then it will check the condition. If the condition is true, it will again execute the statement. If the condition is false, it will come out of the. So the probabilities of here while loop and do while loop is, while loop the probability of execution of statements is 0. Do while loop probability of execution of statement is 1. So at least one time do while loop the statements will execute and it will do while loop. If the condition is false in the starting itself, it won't execute any statements. Yes, even the condition is false, it will execute the statements one time. Okay, this is about while loop and do while loop. And then for loop. Okay, and then for loop. Okay, so for loop and while loop are same. There is no difference between for loop and while loop, but only syntax changes. Only syntax changes. What is the syntax? So here, if this while loop or do while loop at any point of time, we may be missing this increment or decrement operators. We may be missing this initialization sometimes and everything. So to overcome these problems, we came with a solution that is called for loop. Okay. Yes. What's your some? Okay. It will execute same like while loop. Okay. So the syntax will changes. So here the initialization we are doing before the while loop and increment decrement operations we are doing inside the loop. Instead of this thing, for loop came up with a good structure, and then we are going to have 3 blocks: initialization and condition, and what is this? Increment or decrement. Okay, so as I said, while loop and for loop are both are same, syntax changes. So here in while loop, if you want to provide initialization, you can provide, or you can skip it. Increment decrement operators also, if you want, you can provide, or else you can ignore. But we want, but we are trying to have condition for sure over here. The condition will execute, need to be have in for loop. We can miss initialization or increment decrement operator, but condition has to be present. We'll see the same example what we have written for while loop. So here, instead of this while loop, what I'm going to write for loop. So initialization, I'm doing I equal to 100, and then condition I less than 100, and increment decrement operation I plus plus. I'm just copying this. So if I execute this thing, you will find the say. Sorry. If I execute this thing, You can see 0 to 99 same as while loop, and you can able to see the output. Suppose, as I said, we don't need the increment and decrement operators, we can skip those things because variable I already presented over here. If you want, I can remove it. Suppose I don't want to keep initialization, decrement, increment or decrement operators, I can keep in the for also. If I execute, there won't be any difference. There won't be any difference. Here the initialization as well as increment decrement operators are optional. But what is for loop? For loop is what it is going to do here is there is a statement over here. So what it will do, as I said, for of initialization, condition, and increment. So what it is going to do basically is like first do initialization. Okay, it will do initialization only one time. As soon as for loop is started, it will do initialization only one time. And then second step, it will check condition. If the condition is true, it will execute this block of statement. If the condition is false, automatically it will go to the next line. Okay, if the condition is true, it will execute condition, it will check the condition. If true, execute block. Then once the execution block is done, it won't go to the initialization again. It will come to the increment operator. If block execution done, increment. So it may be increment or it may be decrement. It will do increment or decrement. As soon as the block of statement is execution completed, it will go to the increment and decrement operation. It will increase the value. Once this is done, again it will check condition. So increment decrement operation is done, then it will go and check the condition. If the condition is true, if true, execute block again. If the condition is true, execute the block again. It will execute the block again. If the condition is, it is executing the block, and again it is increment or decrement. So once it comes to increment or decrement, it is increase the value or decrease the value. It will check for the condition. If the condition is true, again it will execute the block. If the condition is false, execution will move out of the program. Execution will move out of the program. This is the way of execution of for loop. For loop is nothing but simply like while loop, but it is a well structured. While loop is structured, but if you miss something or somewhere, we don't know where it will break. But while loop, everything, all these conditions, increment, decrement operators, initialization, everything is one place. We know. Okay. So that's reason people use very less while loops. So even if you go to the programs or anything, we won't find while loops. We'll find only if. Sorry, we will find only for. This is the reason. Okay. So everyone clear on this looping statements? Any questions here? Okay, this is all about our conditional statements and looping statements. Okay, fine then. So this is all about our today's session, all about statements and conditions and looping statements. So in the next class, what we are going to learn exactly is, that is the important concepts we are going to learn. Those are going to be actions, JavaScript actions. So user actions. Till now we have seen printing something on the page. So when you try to do some action on the web, simple example, you are touching on your phone to submit something or moving from one page to other page. Or if you do some calculations, you are clicking on some button, you are registration something, we are doing some action. There are multiple actions. We can click a button to do something. If you mouse over on some page, we can do some action. So there are multiple actions. How the actions we are going to consume, those things we are going to see, as well as by using JavaScript, how can we access data from HTML pages. So we are trying to see HTML pages, correct? In this HTML pages, what we did, we tried to ask user for inputs from the input type text, input type text. So next class, what we are going to see is, we are going to see the actions followed by how to get data from an HTML page in JavaScript. In a HTML page, what are all the data we have entered? How can we retrieve those things by using JavaScript? Those things we are going to see. These are all the two concepts we are going to see in next class. So are you clear on that? What we are going to discuss in next class?
Have. Okay. While we're discussing these things today, in component lifecycle, we are going to call them as component lifecycle. So what is the component lifecycle? Nothing but whenever a component is going to create, okay, whenever a component is going to create on the page. So like here, what do we have? Let's execute this one. Okay. npm start. Whenever I do npm start, what happens? A project is starting. Once a project is starting, what is happening? We are having a local host 3000 where components are going to load. So whenever a component is going to load to the HTML application on the web page, or whenever a component is trying to load, or whenever a component is going to create, so there are a couple of life cycles. So what is this life cycle? So these life cycles are nothing but, it is going to be a steps, or it is going to be some mandatory information or mandatory functions which are going to execute. Simple example, if you see in my code, okay, if you see in my code, let's go to the body and data. Okay, let's go to the components data. If you see here, I have a function. You see I have a body, I have a render method. Okay, so if you see here, I'm not doing anything. In this class, if I created a component, I have a render method which is defined already. I have a constructor method. So constructor is starting before the rendering. So like this, we have couple of functions available in the component defined by the component class in React. So these components, these functions tells when those functions going to execute, before the render method or after the render method. So these things we are going to call as component lifecycle methods. So what are all those component lifecycle methods? Mainly we are going to have three type of component lifecycle methods. One is mounting, one is updating, one is unmounting. So let's see what is mounting, unmounting, and updating first. So mounting is nothing but whenever this body component is going to load into the app component. So what functions need to execute, that we are going to call as the component mounting. So whenever component is trying to place in the any other component or any other place, what are all the functions need to execute? Those are component mounting lifecycle method. And the second one, component updating lifecycle methods. If you see this example, previously I have told in the last class, whenever I am modifying this data, the components are updating because whenever a set state method is happened, a component is going to update and render method is calling again. So what we are doing, we are updating the component by using the render method. So we have some predefined function. So here, whenever set state happens, render is going to execute. But at that time, constructor is not executing. You see, so whenever a change data function is calling, at that time, only these functions are executing, render is executing, it's not executing constructor. So these are the types. So whenever a component is going to update, what are all the methods need to execute? Those we are going to call as the component unmounting lifecycle methods. And the third one is component unmounting lifecycle methods. Whenever a component is going to be removed from the DOM, that time we are going to call as the component updating component unmounting lifecycle method. So let's go by one. So what are all the different component lifecycle methods we have? Component updating, component unmounting lifecycle method we have. So first of all, before going to this, we need to know what are all those methods. In the mounting lifecycle methods, mainly we are going to have 4 functions. 4 functions are going to execute when a component is going to mounting. Okay, in these two already you know. In these two already you know. What are all those things? One is constructor, one is the render. So whenever a component is going to execute, mounted to other component, these two are going to execute. This we know already. And then what are all the remaining component lifecycle, updating lifecycle? So we have set 2 methods pending. Those are going to be get derived states from the props. Okay, get derived state from the props, and then component did mount. There are two other methods which are going to be executed when a component is mounting. Okay, these are not going to execute when the component is going to update. Means if you modify, those won't be executed. So what are all those 2 methods? First one is the component get derived states from the props, means this function is mainly used to get the properties when the component is going to mount it into the web page. Okay, first one is the constructor. Constructor is nothing but a special function that will be called whenever a component is going to load it. This is a default behavior. And what are all other things you can do? Here itself you can see, you can create a new state. Okay, you can create a new state. And then you have one superoff method which will be used to get the which will be used to get the parent functions to be called. Okay, and the second one is get static. This is a static method, so you can't change the input and output. So get derived props. So whenever a state of the component depends upon the change, means whenever a component is loading, when a component is going to loading, at the time, if properties are changing, then it will be executed. Okay, this is mainly for the set a default state for the component. So you have the states correct. So suppose at this time this dot state is not set. When the constructor is there, you are not set. So you wanted to set based on the properties you are receiving. At that time, you can use this get derived state from the props. So in this method, you can get the properties. Okay, and by using these properties you can set the default states for a component. That's reason we are going to use get derived state from the props. Okay, at the time we are going to use get derived state from the props. And remember one thing, whenever you are doing component mounting lifecycle methods, you should not use any ajax calls or any other things, because if you call ajax, what happens is like if the ajax is blocked, your total application will be blocked. You are not able to get the view until unless third party API is responded. So you should not use the, so I'll do a console over here, console.logout hello called when component is mounting. So let's execute and see. This method is not going to execute when the component is updating. Let's see now. So it is executing. Let's see the output once it is executed. Go to the console. Called when component is mounting. Whenever the component is mounting, this function is called. Now see here, I am going to change it. Okay. So 1 minute, there is something is missing over here. Internal. So it is executing. Let me write one more method. Comment. So there is a third method, fourth method, that is component did mount. This will be executed when the component is mounted. And see here, component mounted successfully. So whenever you are executing, see here, you are not able to see the component mounted successfully message over here. Whenever I am updating, what is happening? You can see only a component is mounting. So whenever a component is mounting, so whenever this component is mounting, so get derived state from the props. So the properties, it can be received and it can be updated. But component did mount is not going to execute because it will execute first time when a component is loading. Second time onwards, if the component is going to mount, it won't to execute. Means second time its component is not going to mount it. It is trying to update. It is trying to modify some information on the component, and it is comparing the old component and the two components, new components, and it is giving. So this method is going to call whenever any component is going to load it first time. Okay, this is about component mounting. And what is the fourth method? Is the render off method. So render off method is going to execute whenever a component is going to mount it to the application. Okay, these are all the methods which are going to be executed whenever a component is going to mount it. Okay, as soon as a component is mounted, first one is constructor. It will execute only one time when the component is loading into the application. And the second one is get derived state from the props. So whenever a component is mounting, it is used to get the properties and used to update the states. Okay, this get derived state from the props, I will explain you when the component updating. Okay, and the third one is render off. Render off method is used to create a component or create UI onto the web page. And the fourth one is component did mount will execute when the component is successfully visible on the web page. So these are all the component mounting lifecycle methods. In this, only constructor and component did mount will execute only once, and get derived state from the props and render will be executed when component is updating also. Okay. So these are all the component lifecycle mounting lifecycle methods. And the next one is component updating lifecycle methods. So what are all the component updating lifecycle methods? So in this first one is going to be, we don't have constructor, other things. The first one in component update lifecycle method is get derived state from the props. Okay. So get derived state from the props method is used in the component mounting as well as component updating. So whenever a component is going to mount or update, it is used to receive the properties from the same method or some other same component or other component, and we can modify the states. So that's reason we are going to use get derived states from the props. Okay, this is one more method in component updating lifecycle method. And the next important method is going to be should component update. So you don't need to write in any order, you can write order anyway. Should component should component update method having a lot of functionality. It's not having a lot of functionality, it having many users in component update. So this should component update method tells to the component render method need to execute or not. So previously what I said, there is a set state method. Okay, even if a set state method is called, the default behavior is render need to execute. But the should component update method tells to the component render method need to be executed or not. I will show you the example here. What I'm telling here, see here, return false. Okay, and now let me execute my code. See here what happening. I'm removing a content in this page. In this, I'm deleting the content, or I'm trying to copy and delete. But my component is not updating. See here, I have only Kishore that is fixed. But here if you see, even I'm doing any mouse action or keyboard action, component is mounting, this is calling, get derived state from props is calling. But render off is not executing. Let me make it as true. And now execute it. See here, whenever I change, it is removing the data. So what happening here? The component should component update method tells to the component render method need to execute or not. So I'll show you an example here. Okay. So what I'm doing here is this dot state dot username equal to ABC, return false, else return true. Now let me execute. If I remove, see, KISHORE, everything working. Now let me provide A. It worked. So what I gave? ABC. Let me provide B. We can see this one. Let me provide C. After this, add anything. See here what is happening. I'm reviewing Kishore. It's worked. If I provide A, you can see component is coming. Previous value is A, current value is, previous value is empty, current value is A. Let me provide B. You can see what is the old state A and the current state is AB, and provide C. See the value, old value is A, B and new value is ABC, and provide E. Current value is ABC, and if you see E is not printing over here. Can you see? E is not printing over here. Are you getting? You're getting. And what I'll do is here, let's see. ABC I have provided. After this, if I try to enter anything, I can't see any value. I can see here, you can see old values ABCD, ABCF, TE, anything, but it is not going to update over here. So should component update method tells to the component, do I need to render? Do I need to execute render method or not? Okay, that is the use of should component update method. It tells to the component render method need to be executed or not. Okay, got it. And the next method is render off. Render off will be executed even it is a component mounting or updating lifecycle method. And there is a final method here, get snapshot before update. So why this is going to be used? Okay, so get snapshot before update method mainly used when the component is there in the virtual DOM, where I told you like component will be checking with the original DOM and the virtual DOM. So whenever a component is going to render from virtual DOM to the actual DOM, at that time get snapshot before update. So this method is going to be used when a component is going to be removed from the UI and actual virtual from the virtual DOM a component is going to update. Okay, this is the method is mainly used when component is going to be update from the virtual DOM to the actual DOM. Okay. Got it. So any questions till here? And there is one more method that is called component did update. So this method will be called, I'll just provide console.log component is updated to DOM. Component updating. So component did update method will be called same like component did mount. So whenever a component completed its updation at that time, we are going to use component did update. Okay, let's see here. I'm just modifying here. See here. Okay. called component get snapshot before update component update. Sorry, component get slab. Sorry, I have provided wrong names. Short. See here, component updated successfully and snapshot before update return null. So it will return some data. So as of now, I don't want any data. I'm going to provide null. See here, whenever a component is updated, what all the functions are get, snapshot, before update, and component updated successfully. So every time a component is updating, these are all the data will be updated. Okay. So like this, we have different methods whenever a component is going to update or a component is going to mount or unmount. Sorry, component is going to update and mount. So there is one method in component unmounting. So whenever we are trying to unmount a component, at that time component will unmount function. It will be executed whenever this component is going to be removed from the UI. So whenever a component is going to be removed from the UI, at that time component will unmount going to execute. These are all the component lifecycle methods mainly we are having. Component mounting lifecycle method, component updating lifecycle method, and component unmounting. So basically we have main two functions are going to execute. One is the constructor, one is the render. These are all the default. So constructor is a component mounting lifecycle method. So it is going to execute when a component is going to mount first time. And then get derived state from the props. So this method will be executed when the component is mounting or updating. At the both times it is going to check for the component is going to mount or unmount, or we are receiving any properties when the component is going to modify. So that reason we are going to use get derived state from the props. And then we have render. So render of method will be used to render some UI to the render some what are all the UI components, UI look you have written in this render method to the UI. And the fourth method is component did mount. So component is successfully placed on the UI. At that time component did mount will be executed. These are all the component mounting lifecycle methods. And there are component updating lifecycle methods. In the first one is get derived states from the props. So whenever a component is going to update it, it is mainly used to receive states or it mainly used to receive properties, so that here we can update in the state. That's reason get derived state from the props is going to be used. And the next one is should component update. So this method tells render of method need to be executed or not. on the UI. Okay, render of method is going to execute or not in the UI, that tell to the component. So should component method is going to be important when we are going to, when we don't want to execute a component. And the next one is get snapshot before update. So this will be executed whenever the component is going to be mounted from virtual DOM to the actual DOM. So virtual DOM to the actual UI, whenever component is going to be placed, at that time we are going to use should get snapshot before update. And the last one is component did update. So component is going to be updated completion to the UI. At that time component did update will execute. And the final one is component will unmount. So this method will be executed when the component is going to be removed from the UI. Okay, these are all the main uses of component mounting, unmounting, updating. Okay, any questions still here? And the next thing what we are going to see here is we are going to see how a Node.js can connect to the database. How can we connect Node.js to the database? Okay, let me close this one. Okay, let's see how can we connect database to the server. So I am going to create a simple Node.js here. Sorry. Okay, and then HTTP response type and content type is HTML. response dot and sample page, and then I am listening to the server 1 2 3 4. I am starting this node server. Node.js. If you provide localhost 1 2 3 4, the sample page is open. Now I have a simple Node.js, and how can we connect to the database? Let's see how can we connect database to the MySQL. So you can do it for anything. Let's see how can we connect to the MySQL. Before do this, I am going to see there is a MySQL in my system or not. I have some other server I am executing MySQL. I'm just starting MySQL server. See here, I'm creating a MySQL. Okay. So I have PHP installed in my system. I have a test database. Okay. Or else I have a sample database. Okay, I have a sample database. Let me connect to this database by using MySQL. So we have multiple plugins. We have multiple plugins available in Node.js. Okay, multiple things available in Node.js. Okay, so let me create a simple DB connection, db.js. For this, I need MySQL in my system. So I am going to require. So I am going to access MySQL from my Node.js. Okay, and then I am creating a connection to the MySQL. MySQL dot create connection. When you create a connection, you need to provide host name and username and password. So my host name is localhost. My host name is localhost and username is root. Password is empty. Okay, and then I'm just checking connection dot connect. So I'm doing a connect. So whenever connect method calls, I'm going to check connection is established or not. Function, it returns an error value. I'm going to check if error, throw error. If not, console dot log off MySQL is connected. So let me see my MySQL connection is connecting or not. Let go this node and execute node space db.js. Through error, it is saying that MySQL is not connected. MySQL dot create connection. See, it is saying what is the error? Cannot find module called MySQL. So what we need to do? We need to install npm install -g will install globally. I'm just installing MySQL dependency to my Node.js. So my MySQL dependency is installed 2.18.1 version. Let me execute db.js. What is saying? Slower internal cannot find. Why it is not installing? See here now it is showing some other error. So previously if you see there is different error. Now if you see MySQL is available in the previously what is the error it is saying? MySQL is not available. But now if you see a node modules folder is created over here and you can able to see in this node module you can able to see MySQL. Just go to the index dot thing and you can able to see the MySQL connection things. So and now why the error got removed and why it is giving you different error? Because previously what we did, I have installed MySQL globally. Okay, if you see here what I did, npm install -g MySQL. So MySQL got installed globally. So that's reason this is not available in my current classes folder. So you are not able to see it. But as soon as I installed MySQL in this current folder, npm install MySQL. So here it got included and MySQL 2.18.1 got installed. And if you see the error, node.db.js and it is saying connect error connected 127.0.0.1 and 3306. Okay, so what is saying connect error it is showing. So let's provide the port number. Okay, what is the port number? 3306 and host name is 127.0.0.1 and port password is the host is the password. So there is a socket path issue. I'm just looking it. Okay, because this is I am facing because of socket path issue. So I need to get this socket path. Based on this socket path, I'll get it worked. Okay. Because of the socket path, I am facing this issue. So if it is Windows, you can able to figure out this issue perfectly. So what we need to provide is like you need to provide like this. We need to provide as a socket path. So you need to provide socket path by finding the socket path in your local computer, so that your MySQL connection will happen. And after this, once the connection is happen, what you can do is here you can write connection.query and you can execute select star from you can do all these queries over here. And what we can do is here you can add database test, whatever the database you wanted to add, those things you can add over here and you can start your MySQL program. Okay, Like this, you can able to connect MySQL to the database, your node application to the database. Not only this one, you can do any database connections by using the Node.js. It may be MongoDB, the same way you can connect. There is a MongoDB client and you can do MongoDB client and you can create a MongoDB connection over here. You can require MongoDB over here instead of MySQL. You can install here and you can do it. So what is the driver is? Driver itself MongoDB. So this is the driver for the MongoDB. And you can install the MongoDB and you can start executing the MongoDB. Okay, this is the way you can able to connect databases by using Node.js. Okay, so that's it for today's. Do you have any questions? Okay, that's it from my side. We have seen what are all the component lifecycle methods and how can we connect to the database by using Node.js. Okay, that's it from my side. Thank you guys. Thanks very much. Have a great day.